budget hearing or budget workshop to order. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, we're going to turn it over to our Director of Business and Finance, Doug Swin.
Good evening. All right, so I've got about 10 slides to share with you tonight, kind of go over some of the challenges that went into building the budget and looking towards the future. So we'll jump right in. 3 categories. I'm going to go over the challenges we're looking at with this year as well as into the future, future options that we might have as we go down the road. And last but not least is the notice of hearing. Depending on how quickly I go through these slides, I might dive into that a little deeper when we get to it on the agenda as an action item. So we'll see how it goes. Challenges, 3 different categories I broke it down into, our cash balances, ESSER funding, and fighting for fairness. So cash balances, I've got a slide here that shows where we rank in the state of Kansas based on 2019, 2020 numbers. Normally number 12 would be good out of 286. In this case, it's the opposite. We definitely have relatively low cash balances compared to our area districts. You'll see there in blue is all the Johnson County school districts and where they rank. And then you'll see I've highlighted Paola and Turner, which they're very comparable in size and where their balances are at. And then if you go clear down the bottom, you'll see the highest ranked district is Stafford with a cash balance percentage of almost 62%. The legislative post audits are the ones that came up with the formula, and they recommended trying to have a balance no greater than 15%. So obviously we have some work to do to get our cash balances in a little better shape. But I'm proud to say, we've done what we could for teacher salaries as well as other staff. And so we operate a little thin, but we try to put the money towards helping the kids out. Here's a chart showing our ESSER funding.
Doug,
Yes.
I missed what you said, the recommended percentage of cash.
Yeah, legislative post audit did a report, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, and they came back and said that ideally around 15%, probably no more than 15%. So we definitely have a ways to go to move that direction. We have, I believe, as we've wrapped up this year, our percentage is going to climb a little bit. Should be in the 5.5% range, but we're still a far cry from where we really probably want to be.
So that's of our operating budget, correct?
Yeah,
15%
operating.
Okay.
Yeah, operating cash budget. Yeah, and feel free to ask any questions along the way. Don't feel bad buzzing in. ESSER funding, you'll see that here's listed 10 pots of money that we're getting funding for over the next 3 years. ESSER 1, ESSER 1 SPED, CARES, and ESSER 2 have all been spent out. Right now we're working on ESSER 2 per student allocation. And also we've spent some of the ESSER 2 SPED funds. And then what's going to carry us through the future and this year as well is the ESSER 3 money that's scheduled to come in. Fighting for fairness. I think it's incredibly important to note there's reasons why our cash balances aren't where we would like them to be. First of all, our district, with the new funding formula that came out a few years ago, there's a delay in when we get funded for the kids. And in fact, this year's delay is more significant than it's ever been. Last year on count date, we gained 70 kids. So this budget is based on funding for 70 more kids. The problem is we had approximately 110 come back at semester last year and about 190 more this year. So I'm sorry, about 160 more this year. So together, we're missing out on funding for 230 out of the 300 kids that we're going to try to educate this year. And so I plugged in there, this is just rough math. If you take 230 kids times 5,000 per kid, we're missing out on 1.15 million. Now, we still had to go out. We hired teachers, we hired paras, we hired support staff to accommodate our growth. But unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a year to actually get funded for those kids. And then also your general fund, what happens with your general fund dictates what your supplemental general fund budget is. And we get 33% on every dollar in the general fund. And so we're missing out on almost 380,000 in LOB or supplemental general. So together that's over 1.5 million because of the enrollment leg that is built into the formula. The second point there is there's a different state aid calculation for our debt. There's 3 categories. There's debt before July 1st, 2015, and then there's debt after July 1st, 2015. And you'll see that our older debt gets funded at 59% state aid. That means for every dollar we owe in principal and interest, the state's going to pick up 59%. Our local taxpayers are going to pick up 41%. Unfortunately, everything that we've done here recently is only going to get funded at 23% state aid. Now, if they were all equal, you can see there, I showed you the math. We have payments of principal and interest this year of $3,991,000. If we could tack on another 36%, that's 1.1 million. And then for those bonds that were issued in the third category, it's also a difference of 36%, 1.2 million. So we're missing out on 2.3 million based on the last 2 bond issues we've done. That's a huge, huge amount. Had we been funded at 59%, there's absolutely no reason why the mill levy would not be going down significantly this year. So, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Third is the lack of new facility waiting. That used to be part of the formula for many, many years, and it makes sense. Anytime you open a new facility, it's costly. We opened Dayton Creek this year. The last thing you want to do is fill that building completely full. It's built to ease your way in, but because it's not full, it's not efficient. You're still going to have to pay for utilities to heat and cool it, no matter how many kids are in there. So just because it's half capacity, you're still paying for usually a full-time principal, a full-time secretary, and full-time positions across the board to take care of the kids. There used to be a new facility waiting built in to help you those first 2 years that kids are moving into new facilities. I estimated at the time of putting this together that we're going to have 250 kids at Dayton Creek, and you'll see that 250 times 25% of the base state aid per pupil would give us another $300,000 to spend. It also helps generate money on the supplemental general of 33%. So combined, we missed out on $400,000 because that's not in the formula anymore. Very disappointing. And for districts that are rapidly growing like Spring Hill, it's very detrimental.
Didn't they have a court that would help out with that as well? Didn't we go to court one year to get new facility waiting?
Yes, and in fact, that's coming up here shortly. I'm going to talk about BOTA. Unfortunately, there's no state aid attached to it, and it's all completely local taxpayers funding that portion. So when it flows through your general fund, you're getting money that the taxpayers pay a portion of that, but a lot of it's funded from the state. So future options. And this is important because I told you cash balance is critical. We're going to stretch things a lot this year because we hired approximately 30 new certified staff so that class sizes didn't balloon, as well as other support staff. But we don't have that much money coming in because we're only getting funded for 70 new kids. So I need to just prepare you. We talked about it this year that there could be a mill levy increase. The mill levy is not going to increase this year. In fact, it's going to go down just slightly, but it's a very strong possibility we may have to raise it next year. So I want you to be thinking ahead. It could happen. We're going to try to delay that as long as possible at some point in time to make to make the numbers work, we may have to raise the mill levy. It was mentioned about, yes.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. So there is a direct correlation between how much money that we have in reserves and not increasing the mill levy. So when we say we're not increasing the mill levy and everybody's happy, they need to understand those reserves don't increase either. So when he's talking about it is, we think that we can get by this year without increasing it. But next year, if we don't, depending on how things work out, if we don't increase the mill levy, we may have to start cutting into reserves. When you only have 4.5% to work with, you're not talking a lot of money. So I want to pause here. There's a direct correlation. So what we do that makes people happy also kind of jeopardizes us on the other end.
So I also have a slide on BOTA and also talk briefly about COLA. So let's dive in. Here's a nice snap.
Could you define those for me, Doug?
Yeah,
BOTA and COLA?
Board of Tax Appeals
Okay,
and cost of living adjustment.
thank you.
Yep. So let's take a quick look at our mill levy history. You'll see clear back in 2007, it was almost at 70 mills. We had, I believe it's a 12-year streak that we slowly dropped the mill levy a little bit each year. During that time frame, I got to pull out my notes here. In June 2011, we successfully passed a bond issue for 39 million. We did not raise the mill levy. In September of 2016, we passed a record $82.4 million budget. We did not raise the mill levy. Unfortunately, 2 years later, when we passed a $72 million bond issue in 2018, we had to raise the mill levy. At first, we thought it was going to be 7 to 8 mills that we were going to need. Thankfully, you'll see there, it was just a little over 4.7 mills. So we made it as small as we could, but there was just no way to layer on any more debt and not increase the mill levy. I am proud to say, though, that since we raised it, it has gone down last year and it's going to go down a little bit this year. Not a lot, but a little bit.
What was the year they started delaying a year on your count?
I think
Block
it was
grant.
six years ago. We went through 3 years of block grant. And let me tell you, the 3 years of block grant killed us. It just absolutely killed us. We could have been, our cash balances would be in incredible shape right now.
Would we figure out those 3 years combined cost us about 2.5 million?
If not more. I've got numbers that, yeah, it's in the millions that we lost because of block grant funding. And for those of you that are not familiar with block grant funding, essentially the state of Kansas said, we don't care if you're growing or declining, you're going to get the same amount of money for 3 years. That was their solution to solving their budget issues, was just to freeze it. That's not bad if you're a declining district or you're relatively flat. But if you're a rapidly growing district and you're having to hire more teachers and staff to keep up with the growth, but you're still getting the same funding 3 years in a row, it is extremely difficult to survive. So block grants was just, the timing couldn't have been worse for us. Otherwise, we would have much, much better cash balances right now. Any other questions on our mill levy history? Okay. BOTA, Board of Tax Appeals. Here's the deal with that. We have the ability, whenever we open a new building, to petition the Board of Tax Appeals, and we let them know that we're having to add staff and we need additional support to help pay for those obligations. We submit an application, we tell what dollar amount we would like to be able to levy, and then they either sign off on it or they reject it. I'm not aware of anybody who's ever been told no. Usually they're approved, and there's some districts in our area that have used this tool to help shore up their budget and create operational dollars in their budget. You'll see here that we've done this many times over the years, and you'll see the layers come on and the layers go off. And you can see that this year, this budget year, we're levying the most dollar-wise that we ever have in BOTA. We're taking advantage of our full budget authority. We can't raise any more operational dollars through BOTA. If we do nothing going forward, you can see that the amount that we can levy rapidly drops off. The good news is Dayton Creek just came online, new building, and we have this year or next year that we can appeal for funding for that building. And I absolutely plan on doing so, and we'll address that at a future date. So we can layer that in to keep our authority either level or maybe increasing a little bit as the old ones start to drop off. And then in a couple of years, when we open up middle school number 3, we can again go to BOTA and ask for help with that one. So, but that's a ways down the road. I just want you to be aware of that here in the near future. I'll be bringing an application to you for the future, for next year's budget, not this year's budget, to grant us the authority to levy dollars in this area so that we can take advantage of as much operating cash as possible to be able to pay staff. COLA. COLA we've never done before. It does require a resolution by the board. Every district in Johnson County has one but us, but we've been levying a lot in BOTA where other districts have not. So BOTA's kind of been where we go to get the operating cash we need to survive. At some point in time, if we can't generate enough funds there, COLA would be an option for us. And you can see that right now, our authorized percent, and it's not every district qualifies for COLA. You have to be your average cost of living has to be much higher than the average in the state. And I think there's about 30 districts out of the 286 that qualify. Because of the cost of living here in Spring Hill is higher than a lot of other places. Our percentage is 3.9%. And the amount we could levy if we wanted to would be 1.5 million this year. But if we took advantage of that option this year, you're talking, if we took full advantage, it would be another 5 mils. And we are not wanting to increase the mill levy if we don't have to. We're not in a position that we have to do that this year. But again, it's a tool we may need to utilize down the road. So I can jump over and talk about the notice of hearing, or we can wait till we get to that agenda item because it will be an action item by the board. It gives a breakdown of all the funds and the different mill levies. Or we can stop here. You can ask any more questions you like and give yourself a little break before the meeting starts at 7.
I think I would prefer to wait to during the action item to get the rest of it.
Okay. Absolutely.
I did want to compliment Doug because those of you who've been dealing with me know for about 3 to 4 months, I keep saying, expect a raise in the mill levy. And the numbers that we kept looking at, the growth, one of the things that Doug kind of talked about around about, but our numbers came in today and they're unofficial, but we're plus 300 from our count from last year. And so that means there's 300 bodies that are coming in that we did not get funding for last year. Now 110 of them showed up at winter break, Christmas, whatever time period you want to call that. So we were ready for them, but there's probably another 190 plus because it's not official. So I was really, really concerned that we were going to be able to continue, especially with all the staff that we hired, because we hired 30 new positions. I was really worried that in doing all that, there's no way we wouldn't be able to work the mill levy magic that Doug does. But he and working with Brad Wilson have came in and come up with this incredible plan. But again, I'm a little worried about what's in our reserves, but because of what's going on in the world and nobody has extra cash, but I will tell you 10 years from now, probably nobody will have any extra cash either. But at some point we're going to have to do something, but I do want to compliment Doug. He turned over every possibility that we could to make sure that we could be very fiduciarily responsible for our taxpayers and still max out the amount of money that we're given. So I did want to compliment Doug.
Thank you.
Doug, have we found out our percentage of growth on property For the
what?
county?
Oh, on the assessed valuation?
There you go.
Yeah, it's right at 10%. Probably the highest in the state of Kansas. As you know, there's homes going up all over the place and it's been growing at double digits now for 3 straight years. So I did want to mention real quick though, for those of you that are interested in the budget, last year's budget's on the web. This is my budget document I put together every year, all the details of the budget, 200 pages if you're having trouble getting to sleep. This year's budget's not on the website yet. I hope to have it on there within the next week. And then I will go over pieces of it at the actual budget hearing on September 13th. So tonight you'll approve the notice of hearing, which gets published in the paper, lets the taxpayers know that if they have any questions about the actual budget or want to come and talk about it, to show up on September 13th. That meeting starts at 6:30 and I'll do just a little brief presentation. Again, a little overview of the budget at that time. But I will have physical copies ready in the near future and it'll be on the website for those that prefer electronic copies. So. Any other questions?
Any other questions? All right,
All right,
we're
thank you.
adjourned for 9 minutes. We'll start again at 7. 7 o'clock, we'll call our regularly stated meeting to order. Katie, please collect roll.
Mrs. Sealing. Mr. Winbolt,
Here.
Mr. Updike,
Here.
Mrs. Mitchell. Here. Mr. Anderson,
Here.
Mrs. Sealing. All present.
All right, first item on our agenda is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded for approval of the agenda. Any discussions or additions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll begin the vote with Mrs. Sealing. Yes. Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Approved.
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you and welcome everyone. Thank you for attending, coming in this evening. Moving on to our next agenda item is the consent agenda, which consists of approval of the consent agenda items, approval of the minutes from our last stated meeting, approval of the minutes from our August 16th, 2021 special board meeting, the clerk's report, treasurer's report, payroll and claims, and personnel.
Mr. President, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any final discussion or actions?
I did have one question on personnel. I saw we added a C team, but it didn't say for what sport. Was that softball? Do you know? Or was it
I
tennis?
think it was tennis.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
But to be honest, I think we ought, to answer your question, I think we gave the permission to offer for a C team in softball previously.
Okay, perfect.
If we
Thank
have
you.
enough to play, we'll have a team.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion? Katie, please collect the vote.
Mr. Wimbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing. Yes, approved.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on to our next agenda item, which is public participation. It's reminded that this is an important part of any meeting that we have. Notice that I see I've got 20, looks like 27 individuals. You'll each be allowed 3 minutes. Our board clerk will be a timekeeper for you. She'll let you know when you get to a minute and when it's time to stop. I would appreciate that we stick to those 3-minute intervals. This has been our practice over the last couple of years. Note that if there is disruption, I'll call a recess and we'll recess for 5 minutes. If it happens a second time, we'll ask that those causing the disruption leave the room. If it happens a third time, I'll adjourn the meeting and we'll meet again in 2 weeks. So that's the process we'll work through during public participation. Note that the board doesn't hear any complaints about staff personnel. That happens within executive session. So with that, or students, yeah, personnel or students. With that, we'll move on to John Schultz. Oh, if you could come up and just stand over here by this monitor, that'd be great. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I appreciate the opportunity. Main question is what exactly is it we're doing here tonight? I mean, I know you're the board, you've got a lot of jobs, but we are in a pandemic. In a pandemic, the way I see it, you basically have 2 real main jobs that we're asking the parents to do. Keep the kids safe and keep the schools open. And that's it. Those are the main jobs that we're considering. And I know that there's a room full of parents here on different sides who think different things about the mask mandate. I appreciate that. I get it. I know there's a group of parents who feel that the more lenient approach is better. I don't agree with them. I think they're mistaken, but I understand where they're coming from. I understand that they are parents who care deeply about their kids and are passionate about this. They're emotional about this. I get that. The folks on my side, we feel the same way. We're emotional about this. We're passionate about this. But you guys are the board. All right. And we need you to not be emotional about this. We need you to not be political about this. We don't need government by Facebook group. All right. What we need out of you is to make the difficult decisions that get us to your main jobs, which is keeping the kids safe and keeping the schools open. So all of your decisions, whatever you make, should make that more likely. If they don't make that more likely, if they don't make it more likely, and the decision you made last week does not make it more likely that the kids are safe and the schools are open, then why are you doing it? I'll be honest, I don't really necessarily care what you think about masks. I don't care if you think they work. I don't care if you think that they're effective. I don't care if you think that it makes more sense for everybody to be masked to keep people safe. I care about what you know. And you know that if students are walking around at 20 or 30% of our unvaccinated students are walking around without masks, that it is more likely for COVID to spread in our schools. It is more likely that a larger number of students will have to go into quarantine and more frequently. And it's more likely that our schools will have to close. And again, how does that fit with your main jobs? How does that fit with keeping the schools open and keeping the kids safe? And you know that this is true because you know that it's happening around the country right now, and it's starting to actually happen in the metro area too. More kids going into quarantine, more schools closing. It's not your job to keep parents happy, to keep loud parents happy, including me. It's not your job to make me happy. It's your job, what we are asking you to do is to keep the kids safe and the schools open. And I know everybody in this room, the groups in this room, they're not going to likely to agree on a lot of things. I get that. But if kids at Spring Hill start getting sick, if it starts spreading around our school, if you start having lots of kids go remote, if you have lots of kids go into quarantine, people are going to be unhappy. Everybody in this room is going to be unhappy. And they're going to be unhappy because you didn't do your job. You didn't keep the kids safe and you didn't keep the schools open. So very much, kindly, very respectfully, please tonight do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hardman. Heather.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I asked the board to change the mask opt-out form that currently allows parents to sign in lieu of a doctor. The decision, as with much of the recommendations that have been predicated on the assumption that we're all in this together, that we will do all that we need to do to get past this. This pandemic continues to divide us, and the last thing that we're doing as a community is helping each other. Leaving this decision to someone who doesn't have an obligation to consider public health, like a doctor would, is risky because some parents can and will choose the easiest option for their family. People who don't believe in the virus or the steps needed to combat it are waving off the smallest measures that we can take for our kids. That's distorting the system. It invites more COVID. It's the farthest thing from protecting our community. This was never a health issue to so many of our neighbors and loved ones. For many, it's always been political. Put simply, if our citizens were all thinking about this as a health matter only and not a political tug of war, we would not be here at risk of another quarantine and, God forbid, a full shutdown. This is a public health matter, and now with Delta, it's targeting our kids, our most precious citizens who can't advocate for themselves and who aren't eligible for the vaccine yet. We already have child COVID hospitalizations. Otherwise healthy kids are contracting the virus and being put on ventilators, I don't doubt the existence of a medical reason to have an opt-out form. I'm not a doctor. But having an MD sign off on the forms ensures the rule isn't misapplied by those who seek to exploit it. Masks have been proven to slow the rate of spread, and they're necessary to provide a safe learning environment, which my child deserves, as well as the next. Foregoing this simple measure as our little ones have so few protection options right now is dangerous. We all have rights. We have the right to freedom of speech, but we can't go around threatening each other. We have the right to bear arms, but we can't shoot a gun wherever we want. We have the right to worship how we want, but if I tell someone else or attack someone for worshiping a different way than I do, that's wrong. There are limits to how far we can go with our individual rights because we are operating as a community, and I love this community. We have the right to all of these things, but we also need to observe others' rights to the simplest of things. And our children cannot fight for themselves right now. They cannot advocate for themselves. Your civil liberties do not have precedence over mine or my child's. Thank you.
Julie Rojas.
Good evening. I'd like to thank each of you for all you do and applaud you for taking a seat on the Spring Hill Board of Education. I come here today to speak about the mask exemption form. I am a respiratory therapist in the COVID ICU that has been nationally recognized, winning the Pulmonary Health and Illness of the Lungs Award for 2020. I'm also a mom of a beautiful, spunky fourth grader at Prairie Creek Elementary. I give you my background to help you understand my perspective. Let's be honest, a medical exemption is no longer valid if it is not signed by a medical provider. We have turned this valuable tool into just a standard piece of paper, taking away the merit of those that truly have an exemption. I get it. No one wants to wear a mask, but right now we are in a pandemic and our hospitals are full. A mask is a simple way for us to help our society move forward and help people from needing to be in the hospital. It was hard, emotionally and physically, for me to see the increase of COVID cases come back. We all hoped we would not be having to have these conversations again in 2021, but here we are. I told my husband, if you don't see COVID every day like I do, it's hard to take it seriously because life seems back to normal. A DeSoto JCPRD indoor summer camp with optional masking was closed this summer due to a COVID outbreak. Most kids did not wear masks. Life was getting back to normal. COVID is on the news, but unless you see it, until it affects you, many don't take it seriously. I know what you'll say. We are Spring Hill, not DeSoto, but we need to learn and adapt from the experiences around us. I can't work from home, like many in our community. When us individuals that provide services to society are unable to work due to school closures and quarantines, it only hurts our community. And in my world, it delays care for people that need it. Please don't say to me, if you are scared, Kansas Virtual Academy is an option for you. I am not scared. This hand has held too many people's hands while they die. And this voice has been the voice too many people have heard as they die. Once it's time for the ICU, everyone wants to listen. I ask you now to listen to the vast majority of our healthcare community. The survival rate, everyone wants to use that as a defense mechanism to downplay the effects of COVID. I will tell you the survival I have seen in some patients is more of a living nightmare than surviving. The Board of Education's job is to ensure every child has a safe learning environment, and my job as a mother is to speak up when that expectation is not being met. My daughter loves social interaction. My daughter loves school. There are zero reasons why my child should not be provided a safe learning environment. I come before you today to ask that you please revoke your decision of allowing parents to sign a medical mask exemption form. Please, let's put away our hate for masks, our desire to turn data into making COVID a farce, and our own pride, and start doing what's best for our community, school, and most importantly, our children.
Whitney Blake.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
I too am a respiratory therapist with a master's degree in health science education. I have worked in pediatrics for more than 13 years, which includes neonatal, pediatric ICU, and trauma. I'm also a college professor who teaches students microbiology and clinical respiratory cardiopulmonary care. I provide health education to more than 226 children's hospitals throughout the United States and beyond. But most importantly, I am a parent. Every day, I see firsthand what children's hospital executives and clinicians endure, and let me tell you, it's overwhelming. They are exhausted, overworked, burnout, short-staffed, and unbelievably worried about low vaccination rates in schools lifting or allowing optional mask mandates. This disease affects every person differently, and if you have done any scientific research or watched credible news sources over the past year and a half, you would know how serious this is. The Delta variant is infecting kids. They are sicker, being hospitalized and dying. And even one child's death is one death too many. Imagine if one of our children contracts COVID-19 at school and brings the disease home to their brother, sister, parent, or grandparent. What if the sibling, parent, or grandparent ends up hospitalized, fighting for their lives with no loved one by their side? What if this was your child? I have a right to be sure this isn't my 5-year-old daughter who's an asthmatic. An experienced clinician knows how detrimental it could be to her health if she were to contract COVID-19, not to mention the lasting heart complications that she could endure the rest of her life. I'm honestly appalled that I have to fight my school board to keep kids in masks who are medically capable. I quote Governor Laura Kelly, "Your actions don't hurt me. Your actions hurt your neighbors and those with pre-existing conditions. Your actions are hurting our teachers who must risk their safety every day for those that are not wearing masks," end quote. This is not an issue of one's rights. Deal with it for what it is, a health crisis. These are students who have legitimate medical reasons. There are students that have legitimate medical reasons where it may be detrimental to their health. A parent's made-up excuse is not. I ask you as leaders to reconsider your motion and remove parents from the mask release form and allow only a physician or psychologist to sign off on students who have a valid medical exemption. Schools across the nation are already suffering because of COVID spread. Masses are being quarantined. Schools are going virtual. Kids are getting infected. But here's the thing. The one thing that we can all agree on is that we want our schools to stay open and be safe. And one way to do that is to mandate students to wear masks. Please do not put our children and families at risk. I implore you as leaders to make the right decision and allow our children the best chance to stay in school, and most important, help protect the most vulnerable in our community, our kids. Thank you.
Rachel Cassidy. Rachel Cassidy. Matt Troop.
First off, thank you for all your service to our community and our children. I just wanted to speak tonight to tell you how much our family appreciates this.
Oh.
Members of the board, first off, thank you for your service to our community and our children. I just wanted to speak tonight to tell you how much our family appreciates the decision to give parents the right to choose what is best for our children and their health. You have no idea how many parents have told me that they're glad to have that choice back. A large portion of them are scared to speak out publicly or sign the exemption form yet due to the potential blowback from our own neighbors. When talking to a friend with kids in Blue Valley or Shawnee Mission school districts, they tell me how envious they are that we have the right to make this choice again. I guess the leadership that you've shown to stand up to government overreach the last 2 years has contributed to Spring Hill being the fastest growing school district in the state. We know there has been tremendous pressure put on you by other districts, politicians, doctors, teachers unions, and even other parents who are against this choice. Numerous parents in the district asked their pediatricians to sign the medical exemption form, only to be told, I would sign that, but our higher ups have told us not to sign any exemption forms. That should frighten any parent. Despite no legitimate studies on children's masks preventing spread, the doctors and medical community has been silenced unless they follow their marching orders. Look on the side of the box of the mask handed out at the school door every day. It states this product is not a respirator and will not provide any protection against COVID-19 or other viruses and contaminants. I'd imagine the same is true for a mask that someone made on a sewing machine in their basement and sold on Etsy, or even a towel like was recommended by the Johnson County doctors and experts. Again, thank you for giving all parents in the district the right to choose what's best for our kids, no matter what that choice is. Standing up for what's right now is more important than ever, even if it's not always the popular decision. Thank you.
Rebecca Kinner? Kuhner? Sorry.
K-E-U-N-E-R.
Rebecca Kuhner, Keuner. Jamin Landavazo.
Dr. Burke and board members, we all agree tonight, we want our kids in in-person school. Masks are the easiest, most effective way to achieve in-person school and keep our kids there. Our family withdrew from Spring Hill last year and schooled our son at home. It required sacrifice for our whole family. This year, we enrolled in Prairie Creek. The weeks before school were a roller coaster of changing plans. At the end of the day, mitigations from last year were gone. Masks are optional. Any parent can sign a waiver. No temperature checks, no distancing, no increased spacing at lunch. After the second day of school, our son started sneezing, his nose was dripping, and his throat was dry and scratchy. We notified the school nurse and arranged for testing the next day. An hour later, we had the result. Negative for COVID and strep, just a cold. We are thankful for that. But to the parents that are listening tonight, please know, this is going to impact you. Whether it's you noticing your child's symptoms and testing them, thank you, or your child's teacher sending them to the already overwhelmed nurse's office. Whether you have to keep them out because of sickness or quarantine, or there are no subs, or there is no plan B and virtual schooling is limited to 40 hours. What do we need from the board? Eliminate the ability for parents to sign a mask waiver and revert to medical professionals who can evaluate the physical and mental health of their patients in a clear and impartial way, and whose livelihood depends on adherence to a code of ethics. Return to additional mitigations such as social distancing within classrooms and during lunch. Develop a timeline for phasing out mitigations that is flexible enough to adapt and tied to measurable factors, availability of vaccine for children, or a simplified gating criteria, so that parents who support masking know that our district takes the health of our children seriously, and so that parents that support choice know that there will be an end to the mitigations as we all pull together. I am asking you all to remember the policies of the Spring Hill District, which you are charged to uphold. From the administrator ethics section, quote, the administrator subscribes to the following standards, makes the well-being of students the basis for decision-making and action, obeys local, state, and national laws, pursues appropriate measures to correct those laws, policies, and regulations that are not consistent with the sound educational goals, unquote. From the local wellness policy section, quote, the board is committed to providing a school environment that promotes student wellness as part of the total learning experience for its students, unquote. It is not too late to change your mind. When we know better, we do better. The Ray-Pec and Turner school districts changed course and required masking. Not one school district in the KC Metro has loosened their restrictions or adopted a parental mask waiver. A survey of infectious disease specialists published August 17th asked, would you send your unvaccinated child to school without a mask? It received the survey's only unanimous response. None of the 27 experts would send an unvaccinated child to school without a mask. If nothing changes, we will be withdrawing this week. In-person school would be best for our son, but not at the cost of his health. You can ensure a safe learning environment for all. Pledge to fulfill the mission of the Spring Hill District, quote, to be a school district that engages students to learn, create, adapt, and succeed in an ever-changing world, unquote. Please show us that you can rise to the occasion.
Allison Blevins.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Burke. My name is Allison Blevins, and I am a board certified OBGYN who has been practicing in this area since 2013. I deal with patients, not with public matters, sorry.
That's fine. Take
I
your
am
time.
also a mom, 2 children of which attended elementary school here. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the medical community and the parents and students of Spring Hill. I would like to start out by frankly saying that I am ashamed and embarrassed as a medical professional of the actions taken by the school board. I feel as though the board does not take seriously the recommendations made by the American Academy of Pediatrics as well as the CDC. This is not a set of recommendations provided by one individual person, but a group of scientists, epidemiologists, immunologists, psychiatrists, virologists, and physicians aimed at protecting our children and keeping them in school. The Johnson County Board of Commissioners decided on this public health order after hearing from a mass of medical professionals in the community. If a child has a true medical condition preventing them from wearing a mask, that child needs to seek professional help. I find it insulting that comments made by this Board of Education in a previous meeting stated that doctors were being bullied into not signing exemption forms. Doctors are here to diagnose and treat conditions related to our patients. We are advocates for our patients. And if the patient or family member does not agree with our plan, they can seek a second opinion. We are bullied at times by patients or family members, but it doesn't prevent us from doing what we think is best for the health of our patient. And for those that think that the higher ups are the ones making the decisions, you are wrong. Not all physicians are owned by large corporations. Physicians interact with their higher ups. They make decisions for their patients. Many physicians' offices are private owned. They make decisions for their patients. Allowing parents to sign the medical mask mandate without actually seeking a medical professional is not a medical exemption form, but it's simply an opt-out form. If mental health is a concern and a reason for a parent to sign that, I would advocate that that mental health professional also needs to sign the form so that we know the child's condition is being addressed. And if that's the case, then why does the parent need to sign it at all? I realize that many of you listen to this and think it's not true, or that studies that I'm about to quote were done illegibly. I can't change your level of education or understanding of science. It's hard enough for those of us who are in this field, but at least consider this as a public health matter. As of mid-August, 121,000 kids have been diagnosed with COVID-19. That represents 18% of the weekly reported cases in the United States. This is an exponential increase. Child infection rates generally follow community infection rates, and over 1,900 kids have been hospitalized for COVID-19. And at the end of July, over 4,000 children were diagnosed with multi-system inflammatory syndrome related to COVID-19. A Canadian study demonstrated that 12% of households had a pediatric case as the index, meaning that that was the first person in the family to get diagnosed. They also found that 27% of those houses had secondary transmission. That means that their child, on average, infected 2 other members in the household. This means that children can transmit the virus. Sorry. Thank you.
Jamie Gray. Jamie Gray. Jamie Gray. Oh, thank you.
I just want it noted I'm speaking on behalf of Nick Fila. Last week, I sent an email to the board that detailed several problems from the meeting on August 16th. Over 50 others in the district read and asked to be copied onto that email. We didn't get a response from any of the 5 of you that it was directed towards. The district plan for safe return uses bold text and words like strongly encouraged for masks and quarantines, but the words and actions of board members in public meetings on social media and in our schools undercut that wording. You are putting an incredible burden on the teachers and administrators, and we will be lucky if they don't get fed up and leave for more sensible districts. Stop claiming to be data-driven when you are not. Half-truths and misleading statements are not data. Data interpretation means nothing when the interpreter will only accept one outcome. Hospitalizations and deaths are lagging indicators, and they are far from the entire story. You don't have to look very hard to find local pediatricians who will tell you they're seeing long-term symptoms in kids, including severe fatigue and decreased mental capacity. These kids aren't getting hospitalized, but they are still suffering, and yet you ignore them in your analysis. There is no logic to your actions. If you don't like the county's definition of a mask, then strengthen it. You cannot claim to want to keep kids in school while simultaneously dismantling almost every tool that you used in order to make that happen last year. This is not just about masks. Universal masks are an important layer in a multi-layer approach to keep kids healthy and in the classroom. Cohorts, quarantines, increased spacing between people and the ventilation are other layers that you can and did employ last year. This year, you have literally thrown caution to the wind by betting everything on ventilation. This is foolish and it is unnecessary gamble. Over the course of the pandemic, 6% of confirmed cases in Johnson County have been in ages 0 to 9. In the last 2 weeks, that number has changed to 13. The overall case rate is 48% higher than at this time last year. The situation for kids has changed for the worse, and your response is to act as if nothing is wrong. We come here as parents, but we are not asking you to appease us. We are asking you to fulfill your duty to our children and all of the children in this district. In July 26th meeting, Dr. Burke said that Delta may cause you to have to reevaluate your plan. That time has come. Reject this resolution, stop sowing division, and get to work on a plan that will actually keep kids, teachers, and administrators safe and in the classroom. Any actions to the contrary are reckless political games and endangering the long-term health of children for your own perceived gain is unacceptable. If you cannot or will not do this, then step aside and let the actual experts at the American Academy of Pediatrics, KU Medical, or Children's Mercy tell you what needs to be done. I'm sure they'd be happy to take your call. Thank you.
Whitney Roman.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I have two children in elementary school here. One of my children is on an IEP for special needs. She has high functioning autism, ADHD, sensory processing disorder, and general anxiety disorder. These are true medical conditions, true mental health conditions. She has been seeing professionals since she was 3, 8 years ago. Guess what? She wears a mask without issue. On a weekly basis, we see 3 different therapists on a weekly basis. And once a month, we see psychiatrists. This is what an actual medical condition looks like. But let me repeat myself. She wears a mask without issue. I get that no one enjoys masks. I don't enjoy masks. However, they accept that we wear masks not only for our own safety, but for the safety around us, for your kids too. We wear masks for your kids too, whether we agree with you or not. They were taught that we wear masks so we don't spread the virus to someone who might not be as healthy as us. They understand that a virus can take someone's life, and we've lost several in my family alone. People lose loved ones. Children can understand that. It is okay to teach our children to be unselfish, to care for others, to promote compassion and empathy, to take on something uncomfortable in order to protect those who are vulnerable, to feel a sense of duty and responsibility for our community. Also, our children at Spring Hill deserve to know that they are capable of doing hard things. They need to know that they are protected and that they feel protected. They deserve to be attending school as safely as possible. Please hear this. Children have the right
to go to school without being unnecessarily exposed to a potentially deadly virus for them or their loved ones. That is a right. I ask that you enforce the mandate and that the only exemptions granted require an exemption from a board certified medical physician or psychiatrist. If a true medical or mental health condition is present, they will undoubtedly write that exemption. And we're talking true medical reasons. I ask that you bring back the COVID dashboard so that we all may stay informed for transparency purposes. I ask that you act in the interest of health, our children's health, listen to the experts and science, help us keep schools open, protect our community health, make it a priority to provide a safe school environment. Above any other right, our children deserve the right to be in a safe school environment. Thank you.
Matt Mabel. Knievel, sorry.
It's been a half an hour. Are we going to continue through all the cards?
Yeah, I think that we were gonna, yeah. we'll work
That's what I
through
thought. Just want to
3
make sure.
minutes apiece, everyone that submitted a card. Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you guys for letting me talk to you. You know, I just want to talk tonight about choices. You know, we all make choices every day. You know, we make choices to get up, go to work, make choices to send our kids to public school, private school. We make the choices for our kids. You know, every day our lives are made of difficult choices that we can suffer the consequences from or the rewards from. You know, what was it, Dr. Burke, back in '97, whenever you came here, you decided to further your career in Spring Hill as the assistant principal, and not to mention I was a sophomore, wasn't it? Sorry, I had to bring that one up. You know, but you know, this whole community has always been around our choices and is built, you know, with the choice of what we want to do, to buy a house, to buy a new car. You know, it's not the government that's choosing us or choosing these things for us. So all I am wanting you guys to do is let it be our choice as parents for the best interest of our kids. You know, we know our kids a lot better than anybody else, and we're going to see different things within them. And we have seen these things with our kids over the last year. They're all suffering. So please keep your course and let the parents continue to choose. Thank you.
Kim Laws. Kim Laws.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank each of the board members for serving our community and for the countless hours you've spent sifting through what I can imagine is an endless number of calls, texts, and emails. At this point, I think we can all agree we're exhausted. But there's one thing I will never tire of: fighting for my children. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, I've dealt with the sudden loss of my dad, explaining to my girls why their grandpa was needed more in heaven than here. I don't say this because I want you to feel sorry for me. I tell you this because losing someone puts things into perspective. I'd like to ask each of us, what are we doing? Over the course of the last several weeks, I've seen the most vulgar messages back and forth on page after page of social media, in text threads, in hateful emails, on neighborhood platforms, and even between family, friends, and neighbors. Please, somebody tell me, what do you win for being right? Relationships are being destroyed, careers sacrificed, marriages torn apart, neighbors not speaking, threats, lawsuits, and now our kids are being used as a vehicle to somehow get our way. Look around you. These are the people of our community. We moved here 2 years ago because all we kept hearing about were the wonderful people, schools, teachers, and the community that looked out for one another. We're supposed to be a team. Remember that old saying? There's no I in team. The board did the very best thing for our team by supporting our kids. They did the research, listened to the evidence, listened to arguments from both sides, consulted with legal, and instead of putting the hammer down to appease one side, empowered the parents to make the choice that would allow them to protect and defend their God-given freedom to do what's right for their own children. I won't pretend to know what's best for someone else's child, and they should never get to decide for mine. This includes medical professionals. We cannot sit here and continue to throw stones. I've witnessed countless people taking advantage of the optional county mandate because you have a choice. Concerts, gyms, pool time, play dates, dinners, shopping, happy hours, driveway gatherings, sports, summer vacations, summer camps, and the list goes on. Please stand if you have stayed in your home for the last 18 months, never once participating in one of these activities or walking outside of your home without a mask. Unless standing, you cannot sit here and honestly face this community and say you're protecting us. We are better than this. Our kids are being used as a tug of war in a game that has no end. Have you ever read the back of a box of a disposable mask box? How to effectively wear one is 10 steps deep, including washing your hands before touching it, covering the mouth and nose, no gaps, replace when damp, do not reuse, do not touch while using, dispose of in a closed bin. Are we following these to the T? If not, they are useless. That's just disposable masks. I'll defer to the county commissioners to determine the steps to properly wear a t-shirt, bandana, or towel. I know that's snarky, but that shows how much our local government truly cares about the well-being of our kids by including these options as options in the mandate. So I ask you again, what are we doing? Please look inside yourself and ask if this is the best representation of Spring Hill, or if we can stand down from being right and come to a common ground to always do what is right for our kids. I'm not asking you to see it my way. I'm just asking you to have compassion for someone with a different opinion. We don't always need to agree. You choose what is right for you and your family and allow me to do the same. Thank you.
Brad Teeger. Brad Teeger.
Firstly, I would like to thank this board for possessing the mental and moral fortitude to combat government overreach and reiterate the importance of medical freedom through your actions last week. As a home builder in the Spring Hill area, I always start off with my sales pitch of how good the schools are. So I tell them stories of the boys being in the schools and how the teachers are so attentive and how the IEP plans are so unbelievably technical and precise. One of my joys is building this community that is growing, bringing more families to the area to join our small town community. I take solace in the fact that our tax dollars are spent wisely with much consideration. This is always in the forefront of my mind because I'm helping to generate a tax base for the city, and how my clients' taxes are spent due to the home I have made for them is important to me. I love seeing the familiar faces when I come to town to go to work, and I am blessed with views of cows and hay bales right down here on 199th on my way to home. The small town atmosphere we have goes hand in hand with personal responsibility, common sense, and integrity. My 8-year-old Parker is a student in Timber Sage. Having a hearing disability, the T's, F's, and S's often get lost behind the masks. So not to mention trying to have the mask and then the glasses and a hearing aid all on one ear, logistically a nightmare. I'm happy that you are defending his rights that are guaranteed by the Americans with Disabilities Act to operate in the classroom on a normal playing field with other children. Whether you are using this medical exemption to help a kid like this cope with a disability, or just stating the fact that a child needs developmental interaction with his peers, such as seeing a smile, this decision should be left to the parents and parents alone, as you have determined so effectively. Today, there are those attempting to mandate the wearing of masks, and tomorrow, they will try to mandate an experimental vaccine being inserted into my child. A clear and concise message must be sent and must be upheld. Again, I appreciate all your actions and efforts during this tumultuous time. I'll keep helping to build your tax base. You keep governing those that need to focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic. And together, we will proceed to this year in our own small town fashion. Some of us not wearing masks, some of us wearing masks, but all of us together. Thanks.
Melanie Chalk. Melanie Chalk.
Hi, thank you for having me this evening. Just wanted to talk to you really kind of straight from my heart. I've been at the hospital all day today. I've been a nurse for 22 years. During the time of COVID, I was at the bedside of loved ones. I just want to let you know, I have 3 kids in elementary, middle, and high school. Last year was the year of the nurse. This year, 2021 is the year of Dr. Google, and I'm over it. And I'm here to tell you guys, we're in some really, really troubling times. The point is that we as medical professionals, we're exhausted. I've been in a mask since 9 o'clock this morning. We are working our hearts out. We are hearing how much you're over it, how, you know, we're going to have these, that's not a medical exemption, it's a medical waiver. We are in dire straits. There's no mitigation, no gating criteria, no remote learning. What is the plan if we have an outbreak? I'm telling you today, I worked on Friday, I worked today, and our numbers are 19 plus over what we had last week. St. Luke's East is completely closed. They are totally full. This is no joke, guys. Children's Mercy, you can find your data all that you want. It's not just COVID, it's non-COVID. We are busting at the seams. We've gotten patients from Springfield. We've gotten patients all over. Why there's no reporting at the middle and high school levels is beyond me. I feel like it's reckless behavior. I'm speaking on behalf of probably all of the medical professionals that I work with at the hospital. And I want to tell you this, if you're not masking and the vaccination thing, that's on you. I'm just going to tell you, I'm vaccinated. I was one of the first to get the Moderna vaccine. And it's not for me, it's to protect my patients. It's to protect all of you and my family. I mean, what we're creating here is new variants. If we're not doing these types of things, we're telling you right now, we are in dire straits. You're not going to have nurses to care for you. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. The doctor just spoke here. We're not listening to medical professionals. We are at our wits' end. It's the truth. Viruses do not discriminate. We are all given, I'm going to tell you a perspective. This is what the true perspective of what every single person in here, every single person that you love, it's not going to affect you. It's not going to affect any of you until it directly affects somebody you love or yourself. And I'm going to tell you this, we are so busy with this that, you know, when a patient comes into the ER, they cannot have anyone with them. I mean, do you know that? No one can be with your loved one. They're in the waiting room. The waiting rooms are packed. And what I want to say to that is that we are all given the same gown. This gown is not cute. They didn't ask us. Nobody asked us. We didn't have a meeting about what this gown looks like, but guess what? You get the same gown. You get the same yellow mask. You get non-skid slippers because we don't want anybody falling. And I want to tell you this, that it opens to the back. And that it doesn't matter who you are, what you do for a living, who you voted for, we are in dire straits. And I'm just pouring this into you because I care about my kids. I care about this community. And that's kind of where I wanted to speak on behalf of that. We're passing the baton from nurses, healthcare professionals back to teachers. Bless all of you because we are in dire straits. So please think about this as we get through each day at the hospital. It's really tough times. Really, I've never seen it in my 22 years. Thank you.
Laura Haring. Laura.
Thank you for allowing me to
I'm
speak.
sorry, what's your name?
Marvin, you said Marvin?
Oh, Laura.
Laura.
Yeah, sorry about that. My mistake.
Good evening, board. I am Laura now.
Thank you.
I am here simply to say thank you to every single one of you. Thank you for respecting the rights of parents to advocate for their own children. Thank you for acknowledging that as parents, we know our children better than anyone else and can determine whether or not they are exempt from mask wearing. And thank you for not bowing to the hysteria. It's hard to drown out the noise right now, and yet despite the evil, the fighting, and the fear tactics, you've proved that you are willing to go to battle for our kids. And as a mom, I cannot tell you how much that means to us. So thank you so much.
Jessica Thompson.
In short, I'm here to just make a couple of requests, and I came up with some optional or possible solutions also. First, I want to request that you consider reversing the decision to allow parent signature on the medical mask exemption form, and for some of the following reasons. I believe this option allows for some parents to exploit the exemption. We went from 9 exemptions total last year to 443 so far. That's a 4,882 increase in exemptions from last year to today and growing. I'll just let that data stand to speak for itself. I believe it undermines our medical and health professionals. I believe our nurses are being put in a difficult position considering it has led some of them to question their license being revoked by accepting a non-medical professional signature on a medical form. I believe that if the count of exemption goes above a certain percentage, which for some of these schools I saw it's already over 20%, you're putting my child at risk, as well as contributing to community spread. Public schools are supposed to adhere to public health guidelines in order to ensure a safe learning environment for their staff and their students. Are we doing that? If the parent signature option is not reversed, I'd like to ask that you consider some additional mitigation. If the unmasked count within each classroom goes above a certain percent, and what that percent is, I don't know, I'd like it not to be more than 15, then all desks are equipped with plexiglass barriers and strict social distancing is followed. The same rule should apply to any other area in the school, cafeteria, library, gym. Bring back the district COVID dashboard. Quarantine should not apply to all positive cases, quarantine should apply to all positive cases, not just those that are showing symptoms. There should also be some second layer of review or additional documentation needed for exemption forms being signed by parents. That's it. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today.
Travis Bradshaw.
Hey, thank you all for allowing me to have time to speak today. I have two things I would like to cover. Many of the things I want to talk about have already been touched on, so I'll keep it brief. First thing is raising a concern about creating a loophole to get out of following a mandate. So like, where's the line drawn? And the second is keeping our unvaccinated kids safe. So I'll provide a little context. This month will be my first year anniversary living in Olathe, moving here from Springfield, Missouri. And it's been great so far. Not being in Springfield where it's making national news for all the wrong reasons. And my heart goes out to everybody in the healthcare profession there. It's just off the chains down there. So it was nice to get away from that. So fast forward to the day before school started here to see this kind of a loophole that was created. I was a little concerned. It wouldn't have mattered when the announcement came, the day before school or after. They're like, where does the line drawn? I could give you a silly example of if I didn't agree with a federal, state, or local mandate to, like for Kisha, if my student wants to play on a sport, they have to have a physical, right? I understand we're not gonna, hopefully not create a loophole for that, but what if there was a loophole? And my student had an enlarged heart and I didn't want them to have a physical that could have been caught, prevented, and their death prevented if they were playing basketball or overexerted. Again, crazy example, but where is the line drawn on creating a loophole to get around something that I don't like? Second thing about protecting our unvaccinated kids. Sorry, I disagree with the fact that it is my personal opinion that I am not qualified to give any waiver signing to prevent my kid from not wearing a mask. I am not a doctor. My daughter had an appendectomy a week and a half ago, and we went to Advent Health, and the ER doc said, "You're really lucky. They have one room at Children's Mercy, and they're going to reserve it for you." So she didn't have COVID-19, but she needed her appendix out. Good, thank God that they had one room at downtown Children's Mercy for an appendectomy in the oncology ward. If you get a car wreck, good luck, right? It goes beyond that. So the day after school started, in her grade, there was a confirmed case of COVID-19. I'll wrap it up with this. All of that to say this, if it were proven through contact tracing that one of my kids were to contract COVID-19 through an exposure at their school, God forbid they fell seriously ill or died, I would do everything in my power to move heaven and earth so that members of this school board and parents or legal guardians in this district would not forget the day they made such a horrible mistake in defying this mask mandate. Thank you.
Elena Thompson.
I encourage all of us to realize that we're fighting for the same thing. We all want what is best for our children. Now, what we determine to be best varies, but at the end of the day, we all love and want to protect them. What we're dealing with is emotional. It's our family. Some of us have personally felt loss. Some of us are on the front lines and they see things that nobody else sees. Some have been impacted financially. Some feel like they are failing their children, and some feel that their rights have been challenged. The bottom line is that every single person in this room has been impacted by one way or another by COVID. And those feelings deserve to be heard and acknowledged. Right now, we are in a place that is blinded by, we are right, you are wrong. Sadly, right now, we talk about not bullying, but then comments are made that are antagonistic or threatening in nature, whether directly or indirectly. Where we are right now is divided, and nobody is winning, but everybody is suffering. Our children are confused and scared. Friendships are ending. Neighbors are talking about moving. The eyes of the city are on us, but more importantly, our children's eyes are on us. We have the opportunity to show them what it looks like to respect a difference of opinion, work together, and find solutions that work for our kids and our schools. No one is ever going to be 100% satisfied. I get that, but we can get to a better place. I have two requests. One is for the community and one is for the board. To the community, shunning, scapegoating, and dividing destroys far more than it protects. We must remain united. Before we act, let's take a step back and think about if we're contributing in a way to help or in a way to hurt. To the board, I know what it's like to have a family member that could die if they get COVID. I also know what it's like to not feel heard when it comes to my child's medical needs. By allowing a parent's signature on the medical exemption form, you met the needs of one group. but you also open the door for people to abuse the system. We have to find a way to reduce the ability for people to take advantage of a modification that was put in place to represent kiddos that have needs that fall in a gray area. We need to update mitigation processes to meet the needs of today, and we need to stop looking at this through a narrow lens and look at the big picture. We have a district full of individuals that can work together and problem solve and find better solutions. Why are we not leveraging the resources that are right in front of us? I may sound like a fool to some, and I'm okay with that. I'm not here to persuade one way or another. I'm here because I just want us to open our eyes and expand our minds. We can use this as an opportunity to come together or an opportunity to tear our community apart. We get to make that decision. I implore you, let's be the people we want our children to be, and let's be the community we want our children to grow up in. Let's work together and let's find a better way. Thank you.
Is it Macon Schaefer? M.A. Oh, Markin, sorry.
Poor education.
Markin Schaefer, thank you.
Marvin.
Oh, Marvin, okay.
Marvin.
Got it.
Well, I want to thank you to all the medical professionals that are here tonight. I applaud you. Thank you for coming. I didn't know if I was going to be the only one here on this side, so I appreciate you being here. I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to speak. I have a child in the Spring Hill Middle School, 6th grade. I'm here to stand and voice my objection to the parental sign off on the exemption form. I think it should be done by a medical or psychological professional, not your parents. The one lady pointed out that there's a 4,000% increase in exception forms this year, and that's going to happen. The only way a mask is effective is basically if everybody's wearing them. And we can pretty much see from the audience and the board where we stand on that with our mask, right? So the commissioners passed the mandate for K through 6 to protect our most vulnerable, right? The ones that can't get the vaccine, right? And the people speak of choice. Well, those kids don't have a choice, right? And their decision to be able to control their child's life affects my child, right? Where's my rights? I don't want my child exposed. And I know you can say, well, you can go online. We did that last year. And we're expecting this to peak this month or early next month. The vaccines are coming out. They're being approved, FDA approved. So all I'm saying is let's extend the mandate, close the loophole for a month or two and see where we're at, right? So that's my suggestion. And also the other suggestion I have is, the vocal majority or minority or whoever comes here and gets up here, and some of them are very good speakers, unlike myself, but they're very passionate. They're very loud, right? Why don't we just table this for a week, send out a survey to all the parents and get their perspective on it, not just the ones that come up here and beat their chest and stand in front of it. Why don't you send a survey to all the parents and get the community opinion, not just the ones that make the effort to come here? Because as the one gentleman pointed out, if something happens to my child and it's proven through tracing, it comes from, I will be just like him. None of you will ever forget it, right? So, all right, that's all I have to say.
Megan Young. Megan Young.
Hello, board. I first want to say thank you for voting on behalf of your constituents in this community. Thank you for giving us as parents a choice. You allowed me to send my child to school without a mask. My child who went through bloody hell for years. When she was 4 years old, she was mauled by a neighbor's dog. She has been through 5 surgeries, with the biggest one being last spring since the major closure of her face. Almost 9 years ago, she missed over 5 weeks of school at the end of the school year. She has suffered from poor confidence for years. She's been made fun of. Children told her she had a dog face. Kids said, don't play with her. She's got an ugly face because of her scars. Now, a minority of my community wants her masked or unfriended. They want her isolated again. Parents who are adults in our community are blasting photos of unmasked children, of our unmasked children, wanting them isolated from other children. Number one, that's disgusting. Number two, how dare you share the photos of a child without the permission of their parents? Grow the heck up. After years of worrying about my child, I'm finally starting to see her confidence come back. Our journey isn't over. My child has a large amount of scar tissue she has to be working through throughout the day, every day. While the minority in my community say that we need to mask because they're so fearful, my child is sitting in class working through scar tissue hourly. If she does not continue to work through that, we will have more surgeries. For those parents who don't give a damn, shoot me your Venmo. I can bill you for her next surgery. Her doctor cannot give her an exemption. He can, however, place her in homebound during her recoveries from laser procedures this winter because she can't mask. Do you hear that? Her doctor cannot exempt her from a mask after facial laser procedures in the region the mask sits directly on, but he can put her on homebound. This is ridiculous. Doctors have been literally told by their institutions, one of them being Children's Mercy, not to sign exemptions. They have received threatening phone calls and letters. They are practicing in fear. Therefore, board, this is on you. We need you to stand with us and secure the freedom we shouldn't even be fighting for in middle America of all places. The right to decide what is right for our kids. To my community, I say shame on you. You supposedly are the side of kindness and tolerance, and I don't see it. I see hate. I see wishes for ill will on our unmasked children. You aren't tolerant. You only tolerate those who see and believe what you believe. COVID has divided our community, and by trying to control the decisions we make for our children, you are only further dividing us. Back off. My talking points were supposed to end there, but the FDA approved the Pfizer vaccine today, and as you are probably aware, school districts have begun mandating the vaccine for staff and students. This is America. We don't strip liberty from our citizens. Individual liberty still exists and reigns this land. A minority of parents in our district will get real loud and will beg you to do just that. Take more rights away from us as parents, as fear clouds their judgment and grasp on reality. I encourage you to remember that these demands are anything but American. They're the words of citizens begging to be led by tyrants. Don't be tyrants. If you mandate this vaccine and we no longer have the safety of a religious exemption, I promise you a mass exodus from your district by students and teachers alike. Please continue to give us the choice to determine what is best for our child. I want to thank you for hearing us. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for securing parental rights. Thank you for taking the burden of hateful emails and photos of your children circulating social media as a minority of our community shamed you. I know it can't be easy, but be champions of liberty and continue to put parents in the driver's seat of our children's healthcare. I want to go ahead and say too that I agree, survey us. I dare you. Because you know what? Our high school is a good picture of what it really is out in our community. There are probably only less than a dozen in every grade wearing a mask. And then one last thing, then I'm done, I swear. So I was a practicing RT until I decided to stay home. I worked at Children's Mercy, and I can tell you, I'm still members of all of the boards, and I have Facebook groups all around, and these healthcare providers do not represent 100% of healthcare providers. I know PAs, physicians, RTs, nurses, they're all willing to go ahead and lose their jobs over this vaccine. Thank you.
Emily Carpenter. Emily Carpenter.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us to listen to us. My name is Emily Carpenter. I'm a mother of 4 children, 14, 12, 9, and 3. And my children actually attend school in DeSoto, and I'm actually running for school board there. And so I've been coming to a lot of the Blue Valley, Olathe, Shawnee Mission board meetings. And after your board meeting last week, I would felt the need to personally drive down here and say thank you. Thank you to Allie and to the rest of the board members that chose to uphold the oath that you took when you were elected to support the Constitution of the United States and to support the Constitution of the state of Kansas. Not only does the Constitution give us each individual rights of our own bodies, but the Kansas Law 38-141 states that parents shall retain the fundamental right of exercise primary control of the care and upbringing of their children in their charge. So thank you for giving parents the ability to decide what medical products are used on their healthy children. The parents that spoke tonight asking you to make decisions based on fear and the what ifs. True leaders do not make decisions out of fear. They make decisions within the role and responsibility of the school board. And that is to develop and adopt school board policy that complies with state law and the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution of the United States. Healthcare decisions for each student should be up to each parent. Thank you again for leading the way, and hopefully other districts in Johnson County will follow, including mine. Thank you.
Amy Abbott. Amy Abbott.
Hello, good evening. My name is Amy Abbott and I live here in Spring Hill, and I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for serving your community. You've all been given an impossible task, yet you're here with the purest of intentions and it shows. So thank you. If you have children, I'd like for you to go back to a time when you would bring your child to a sick visit or a well visit. Do you remember all the questions they would ask? The pages of paperwork? It is the doctor that relies heavily on the information from the parents or caregiver. That doctor spends a small amount of time, maybe 20 minutes, and without all the vital information, that doctor would know very little about that child. Why? Not because this medical professional is doing a poor job, but because nobody knows our children like we do. With the current mandate in place, many children, parents, and doctors are against a wall. Doctors may feel a child should have a medical exemption for masks, but they fear writing them, or their practice doesn't allow them to write it. I received an email from another doctor saying, "I'm sorry, we can't help you. We've been getting threats." Can this be real? I assure you it is. Why are doctors feeling like they can't advocate for their patients? Why are parents feeling like they can't advocate for their children? And is this how the climate will be when the vaccine rolls out for all ages? Many are wanting to know. Our children are suffering and need our help. Please continue to do the right thing and know that each child is unique. What one child might tolerate could destroy another. Thank you.
Angie Folk. Angie Folk.
Hello. Thanks for having me again tonight. I didn't prepare anything this time. I know you've all heard from me through email and through the last several meetings. And I just wanted to come up here to show my support to you all and just express the appreciation that we have for you all in our community and the tough decisions that you've had to make over the last 18 months plus. You all made the right decision prior to school starting with open enrollment and creating mass optional. Then the last couple board meetings after the BOCC put out the mandate, I think five or six of you all agreed that the mandate just didn't hold much credibility when you can wear a towel or a t-shirt. And that's where you all stood up again in support of us parents to make the right decision of allowing us to consider what's best for our children, including our children's health and mental health and well-being, as we know what's best for them. And I just ask that you keep that faith that you have in us and that support that you've shown to us, because it is important and those are our rights. And I think you all deep in your hearts know that.
And to the community too. It is hard with what everyone's saying, where there's been divide and separation, a lot of nasty things on social media. And the example of what we're showing to our kids through leading through some of these comments and back and forth is not the leaders that we want our kids to grow up to be. So I just urge that everybody just be kind. We're all in this together. This is not easy for any of us. I want what's best for my kid, and I want all of you here that maybe don't agree with me to make that decision for what's best for your kid. So again, I just ask that you keep strong in your beliefs and keep standing and supporting behind us, because there are a lot of people that I've mentioned too that want to move to our district. People are talking about maybe they want to move out, but a lot of people want their freedom and their rights and want to move here because you all are making the right decision in support of us. So thank you for that.
We'll go back to Rachel Cassidy. Is Rachel? And then it's Rebecca, and I think it's Keuner. The last card we have is Allie Sealing, who's submitted a card to speak as a parent. Allie, I'd ask you to come down here.
A different view, right? Okay. First, I want to thank the board members. As a parent in this district, I have 3 kids in the district, 4 kids altogether. And what you might not know is that we can't speak to each other outside of a board meeting. Then it's considered a meeting if 4 or more of us are talking. So this is a unique position, and one that, quite frankly, none of us expected or asked for. And it has been very hard. It hasn't been easy, but the teachers and the kids and the staff are worth it, and education is worth it. I've never felt more called by God to be in any position than this one, aside from being a wife and a mother. This is not political for me. It is what's best for the kids for me. The general public does not see what I see or what the board or the administration sees. You do not know the stories of the personal families. You just heard one, but most people don't want to stand up and talk about their personal children publicly. You do not hear the pediatricians' offices or the hospital systems that are telling them that they cannot sign things because of liability. You do not see the communication that we're sent that says that. You don't hear the Children's Mercy ICU nurses contacting us privately saying, please do the right thing. Let the parents make the decision. We can't sign exemptions. The doctors can't sign them. You don't hear all of these stories, but we do. So I want to remind you that you don't always know. You don't always know what the teachers are telling us because they're afraid to speak out too. They're telling us they can't teach kids to read with a mask on, that it's very difficult, that the kids are not wearing their masks appropriately, and they did not feel like it was mitigation that helped them last year, that was the mitigation that helped them. We are not violating the mask order. We are simply giving parents control, trusting that the parents can look at the data. Parents were backed into a corner, and so were we. And that's something that I think everybody needs to remember. The health department, the Board of County Commissioners have backed us into a corner. We have to do what's right for the kids. But most importantly, my biggest message tonight is you don't see the lack of access to mental health care. That is a pandemic. Most insurance companies do not provide mental health care coverage. In this area, we have lost 3 kids in the last 9 days to suicide. That is devastating. If you want to join me in bringing awareness to mental health and lack of access, please, I'm begging you, please help me, join me in that. There is such a strong stigma with mental health that people don't want to talk about it. I'm a mom first. I have 4 kids, as I said, and because of that, I watch that Johnson County dashboard data like a hawk. My kids are sitting in the buildings with your kids. I look for outcomes, not positive tests. If 10 people are tested and 5 are positive, what's the positivity rate? 50%. The 0 to 19 age group is virtually unchanged in the last 2 months. 0 to 9, 15 hospitalizations since March of 2020. 0 to 9, 0 ICU admissions since March of 2020. 0 to 19, 0 deaths since March of 2020. I implore you to look at the cumulative data. It's an access that anybody has. And then And just so you know, Dr. Ariel, it did confirm last week that those are all the people, even if they go to Children's Mercy downtown and they live in Johnson County, they're counted in that data. So I ask you, look at the data to make the decisions for yourself. Finally, you can disagree with me. You can disagree with my leadership and my decisions, but I ask that you leave my kids alone. Pictures of my 9-year-old being pulled from my personal page with words written across them by my neighbors and my friends is unimaginable. You can say whatever you want to me, but I'm asking you to please leave my daughter and my 3 sons alone. We can get through this, but much like what you said, we have to do this together. We're setting examples for the students. Please consider the example you're setting before you hit send on any post or any email or any Facebook pages you create about me and my family. I'm praying daily, multiple times a day for our community. We're broken and we need help. And the only way we're going to fix this is to come together. I hope and encourage you to do the same thing.
That concludes the public participation. Now move on to action items. Resolution from us. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, at the last board meeting, the board moved to allow parents to sign an exemption for face mask medical request forms and directly related to that order. And you also directed staff to create a resolution. So we have, we're not attorneys, and so we turn this over to Greg Goheen. We've asked him to create a resolution that would support the face mask medical exemption request form. So I think Mr. Goheen is out in the lobby. And also on that data, some board members asked us to provide the mask exemption statistics. And so we shared that also on there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg Goheen.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? I think if I'm understanding correctly, you guys have all received a copy of the draft of the resolution. Give me a second. Can you hear me now? Well. Okay. So I think everybody's received a copy of the resolution. I think it was in the board packet. I don't have anything specific to report on other than what we tried to do is go through in the whereas clauses to line out the legal authority and statutes that we felt supported the resolution for the board. And then in the following provisions after it says now therefore, we tried to reflect accurately the board's decision with regard to the face mask medical exemption request form and the changes that the board had requested at the last board meeting. My suggestion is that the actual form be attached and made part of the resolution so that there's clarity as to what the form will require. It's the same form that is being used right now that following the board motion that took place at the last board meeting. But I think it'll make it simpler that the actual form is attached rather than trying to rewrite what the form says in the resolution. So other than that, I'm staying for any questions the board has or any suggested changes the board wants to make to the resolution if it decides to pass it.
One of the questions I have is it seems like we're turning this into an exemption rather than a medical exemption. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, the whole conversation is around medical professionals providing a signature for an exemption from the health order.
Yeah, so the way I understand it, what you're doing is you're allowing parents, in addition to healthcare providers, to provide certification of the conditions that would prevent them from wearing a mask that are consistent with the county's order that allowed for those exemptions. And the exemptions allowed by the county's order were for medical conditions, mental health conditions, or disabilities. And all you're doing with regard to this specific order, to comply with this specific order, you're allowing parents to certify that in addition to medical professionals. So that's what you're allowing to happen.
But we're still calling it a medical exemption, even though parents that don't have a medical background are
Yeah,
providing.
so what you're basically saying, in some respects, it would be similar to a parent providing a excuse for their son or daughter to be absent because of a medical or health condition. We don't, if they call and excuse their parent from attend, or not their parent, they call and excuse their son or daughter for attendance, we don't require a medical certification for that. We accept the parents' call as to excuse for their parent for absence or for attendance for the day. So it's somewhat similar to that. You know, we expect our parents to be honest about their certification and their presentation of that to the school district.
Other questions from the board?
Mr. President, I motion to adopt the resolution as presented.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt the resolution 22-09 as presented. Any further discussion or comment? I guess my comments still come in a lot what I said Monday. We have an obligation as a board to provide an environment to educate our students. I can see both sides. I see a lot. I'm hearing about some of the terrible conversations that have happened on social media. I don't think any of those should have ever happened. What are we teaching our children if we're truly focused on the behavior that we're presenting to our parents for them to learn from? This is a failure on parental behaviors to teach students or teach their kids that this type of behavior is acceptable, because it's simply not. And I think both sides are, based on what I've heard. I mean, I haven't seen any of this individually, but just in conversations I've had through email and phone conversations, personal conversations, that's what really, I think, is causing this destruction within our district, is that we're not treating people with kindness. I think someone asked us to be kind. I think someone asked us about a survey. I'd like to hear from the board about the idea of a survey. I know we had 26 folks here tonight, 27 folks here tonight. Give and take on both sides, right? I didn't see that it was all one-sided. In the past, we've seen during public participation, very one-sided conversations where everyone that spoke was, for whatever it is they were speaking about, and we didn't have the advantage of that. I know we have a lot of, as board members, we get a lot of emails. Understanding where the consensus is, understanding where the majority is difficult from those. I know I get a lot of emails that are for the health order. I get a lot of emails that are against the health order. Quite frankly, it's very close. From the experience I have and the emails that I've reviewed, the majority would go to folks following the health order as it stands. That's my experience as a board member. I know that the entire board is not copied on every email that I get when it talks about that, and I'm sure I'm not copied on emails that they get. That's my experience. What I would like to hear discussion about is getting a clear understanding through a survey. I think we had two different folks talked about a survey. They asked for a survey. And so I'd like to hear some discussion from the board on getting that information so that we have that as a basis.
Do you want to talk about that now or?
I want to talk about it right now during the discussion before we vote on a resolution that may be impacted by information from a survey. I want to hear the discussion about it. Is it valid? Is it invalid? Is it good? Is it bad? What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, survey results are always, they're always good to have, just because it's more data points that we can have to make our decisions, which is always what we need. There are, as we all know, there's good and bad to surveys, but I would like to see a survey. It would help my understanding of what's going on in our community. And I will also say that if we are targeting children with photos on social media, I am appalled. That is the worst thing that we can do. It doesn't matter whose kids they are. And I'm whenever I hear or see in emails that they're disappointed in me or embarrassed at this board, the same goes for that. I am disappointed and embarrassed for those people that are doing it. It's horrible. So as far as the survey goes, I would give it.
So I wouldn't be opposed to a survey. My initial thoughts are, I definitely don't feel like I live in a bubble. I'm hearing from plenty of people on both sides, as we all are. We don't get copied on everything the email that went to the board with a picture of my son and it only left me off. I wasn't on that email. So I know that we don't all get pictures.
I didn't receive it.
I think most people did, but you did. But about the survey, I think one thing that's hard is that there's so many, I would say the vast majority right now don't want to. They have reached out if they want to. They've told us if they want to, but they're wearing a mask because they want to be in school. They don't necessarily want to wear the mask, but they want to stay in school. They just kind of want to stay in the gray area in the middle. They don't want to call attention to themselves. They're worried about the backlash to their kids on either side. If I mask my kids, I'm worried they're going to be bullied. If I don't mask my kids, I'm worried they're going to be bullied. And with surveys, one thing that has always bothered me, and I don't know a way around it, is if we make it anonymous, because that makes people feel more comfortable, then they can respond 100 times. There's no way to do that. So, but if we don't make it anonymous and they have to attach their name to it, then they don't want to answer. They're afraid who's going to see the data, and we can tell them all day long that they won't. But that's one thing that bothers me about the surveys. Even last year when we sent teacher surveys and things, we heard from teachers that were afraid to answer honestly because their emails were going to be attached to it. But then when we talked to Phil about it and asked, is there a way that we can limit without it being, but you can't do that unless an email is attached to it. So I think that we have heard from the people that want to reach out to us and have heard. This isn't like, it is the topic of conversation across town in every single way, shape, or form. They have had weeks to respond to us and to reach out to us, and we need to move forward with educating the children.
No?
I guess I would be interested in thoughts of the district of if we do see an issue that would, what additional mitigations would we think of, but I don't know. I don't know about survey. Not sure. I'd said I would be interested in possibly seeing as we're just evaluating what's going on in our district, if we had something in our back pocket with additional mitigations, but survey, I don't know if sometimes we get good information, sometimes we don't.
Can I add one more thing, Doug? I'm sorry. And I think you were done, Mills. I don't mean to interrupt you or step on you. I think another thing, and Dr. Burke has pointed this out, on July 23rd, was that the date of that meeting? 26th, he presented us with the recommendations. We didn't hear hardly anything from the opposition to the recommendations until Johnson County Health Department came out with the order. Then, and honestly, I think most of us, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think that I was like, and I know Dr. Burke and I have had a conversation about this. Where were they? So it's actually not since this last 2 weeks. We've had this information out about masks optional since July 26th. So I don't know. It feels like it just became a big issue when we were possibly going against the order. When we didn't go against the order, actually. We just added parents as a potential signer, knowing that many of them couldn't get it signed.
Sure.
I have kind of mixed thoughts on surveys because I think sometimes the questions can be misunderstood or phrased in a way that maybe lead people to answer one way or the other. And it sounds like a good idea, and then you get to the technique of it, and then who determines what the questions are. And then, if we don't get the information the way some people want it, then maybe they have a problem with how the survey was done. And I just don't think it would necessarily solve anything. I too would be really curious to see kind of where people fall. My guess is that there's a lot of people that just say, just tell us what you want us to do, and we'll do that with our kids because we want to keep school open. But there's probably a lot of people on both sides. So I too hear from a lot of people, and I hear from some people personally that maybe the rest of the board doesn't hear from. I don't know. We don't talk as a board, so we don't know. We don't know who's hearing from who. I think you just get further into the weeds if you go that way. So I'm not necessarily saying I'm all the way opposed to it, but I think it just gets complicated.
I don't think you would send out an anonymous survey. I don't think that's really a legitimate thing to do, quite frankly, and I think there's a lot of people, I would disagree, Ally, that we've heard from everyone on this, or the people that have different opinions on it. I don't think people expected or thought, based on what other districts did within our county, I don't think they thought that the board would go in the direction of modifying an alternate process to impact how we meet or not meet a health order. I don't think that was a common thought or understanding. So I think that changes the landscape. I think it changes how people view this. I think there's a lot of very strong opinions out there. We have 50, 60 people here tonight. We have 2,400 families, 3,500 families in the district. This is a very small percentage. I would agree with Jason that I think having an understanding of the scope of this thing is a really good idea. I'm grateful that people brought it up. Having an understanding exactly where people stand, and then if it's 50-50, then the board knows it's 50-50. So, and I think the health order changed things from that August 26th meeting where we had talked about all that mass. The health order changed things, and I think it goes back to the assumptions that were made during that health order. And it goes back to the assumptions of a vast majority of parents that said the health order is a law, correct? Greg?
Yeah.
We have an obligation to follow the law. And the assumption was we would do that, which we are. The health order is in place. What this resolution does is changes a district process very narrowly and specifically focused on who can sign an exclusion form for this. And I wouldn't call it a medical exemption. I would call it an exemption, because I don't think everyone that would sign that form as a parent has the medical background to make that decision and to put that on there. There's compelling arguments. You can hear the passion. There's compelling arguments on both sides. I think we as a board, I'll get back to what I said or reiterate what I said last Monday, is we have an obligation to hear from as many people in the district as we can possibly hear from, number one. we also have an obligation to provide an environment that's conducive to learning. That's safety, that's emotional, that's confidence in the ability of our teachers to educate, and confidence in our administration, confidence in our staff. So I think it would be important to add a lot of value to create a survey. And I think Nels has Sharon has a good point about thinking about the questions and how those questions get asked so that they can be construed as leading in one direction or another. I think a big part of something like a survey would be understanding the comments, understanding what is being said within those comments. Nels, you brought up having an idea. We were asked very pointedly, I think, about a plan if an outbreak happens. Gives input and feedback, ideas for that. It gives a basis for it. Those are my thoughts. So as far as my suggestion is that we would pull together a survey that's focused on, it could be short, focused on questions supporting or not supporting a modification of a process to allow parents to sign a exemption, and input and feedback on mitigations.
Greg, you may have to, I apologize. I don't think allowing parents to sign just an exemption will meet the mandate. I think the mandate does say medical exemption it says medical exemption, then it talks about for medical issues, mental health, or disability.
I mean, your form, and I think what we're referring to is the how you've labeled the form. And I think your form is labeled as, I don't have the exact language because I don't have the form itself in front of me, but I think it says medical exemption form. The actual language of the health order is persons with a medical condition, mental health condition, or disability that prevents that person from wearing a face covering. That's the language of the order from the Johnson County Health Department. And so I think within the body of your form, that's what you talk about, and that's what the individual is certifying, either a medical doctor or other medical professionals, as you guys list off in your form. I think you include physician's assistant, nurse practitioner, psychologist, school psychologist, and then the parent or legal guardian may also certify. So you've got the title of the form itself, and then you've got who is authorized to certify that exemption to the school district. Does that make sense, Dr. Burke?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. The only place
Sorta.
that I'm seeing on the
trying-
order that it mentions a medical mask exemption is for the school bus. And then the second thing says the following individuals are exempt from wearing masks or their face coverings while inside school buildings. And then it talks about the medical condition, mental health condition, disability, and various other things. I don't know that it really mentions what the form is unless it's for the federal deal.
No, it actually says that for students, faculty, and staff, documentation of the above conditions should be provided to the appropriate school officials pursuant to school guidelines. And that's the provision of the order that we're relying on for the school district to create the original form that you guys had in effect, and then the modified form for the board's motion last board meeting. And if the board adopts this resolution, then it'll be the same form as supported by the resolution. So if you're operating under that section, I think it's in section 1 of the order, section 1, I don't know what the sub number is. Yeah, but it's AI, and the I being the authority for the school district to set school guidelines as to what documentation the school is going to accept for the conditions listed in A. And A is those conditions that prevent the wearing of a face covering, limited specifically to, by the order, medical condition, mental health condition, or disability.
So with respect, we already voted on this 5-1. There were 6 of us here. We voted 5-1. We passed that. And I believe that there's a motion and a second on the floor to move forward. And so I understand and appreciate the wanting to respond to the survey. But I don't know, I think what Jason was trying to say, and correct me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong, that maybe this wasn't where we were talking about that. We were doing this at the recommendation of our legal team to put a resolution in place.
Yeah, my understanding, Greg, you tell me wrong, even if they vote no on the resolution, you still have voted yes on the mask order.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you've got a motion that is in effect. So even if you voted down the resolution, you still have the motion would still be in effect. The only way the motion would get overturned would be by another motion by the board to go a different direction. Does that make sense?
Right. This is the resolution that we're responding to the whereases and all of that. This isn't to vote to add parents to the mask exemption form or not.
Yeah, this is making that motion in the form of a resolution, which gives you more legal support for the position you're taking.
I mean, so I'll say that I wouldn't mind seeing the survey. I mean, it's fine. I would only caveat that with once we get the survey results, what do we do with them?
Right.
I mean, once we get survey results, we should have action based on the survey results. If we've already passed a motion, if we pass this resolution, then what do we do with survey results after that? And so while I would like to see the data, I'm not sure there's anything actionable after that.
It feels like just another loop to me.
I think there are actionable things that come out of it, Jason. We heard about masks, right? We can further define what a mask is. We can further define, I mean, the basis is the health order. What we can use that information for is to modify it and align it with what parents are thinking. I mean, definition of a mask is what came to mind initially. We can modify that. Other mitigations they'd like to see in place. Did the majority of people want temperature checks back? Do they want whatever it might be? I think it's insight that's, I don't think we can turn our back on it. I think we have to know and understand what people are thinking.
And that's why I support it, is knowing what people are thinking. I'm just saying, is there?
Yeah, I think
really
there are.
action?
I think they are. We can't predict what the results of the survey would be.
So I just think that we ought to have that in mind, is that should we have, if we have the survey, that once we get the results, we start thinking about actions that we should take, if any.
I mean, we do have an obligation. I think I've said it before, but we have an obligation to create an environment that's conducive to learning. When you have, and that, I think that's a broad spectrum. Goes from physical safety, right? Do we have fire exits? Do we have drills? Do we have, so that physical piece of it? It goes to confidence and anxiety that's created, not just within our students, but within our staff, teachers, and administrators as well. I think it's something we have to take very seriously. I think it's something we have to strongly consider for this.
Like to go ahead with the vote. Call the motion.
Kate, any other final discussion or comment? Katie, please collect the vote.
Mr. Updike,
No.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Wimble,
Yes.
approved.
Moving on to our next agenda item is acceptance of board member resignation. Dr. Burke?
I apologize. So do you want us to do a survey or not? And my apologies, but last time we kind of paused like this, a lot of people in the community just assumed that we were doing something. We never really got directed to do something. So
I'd say it's a consensus of the board. I would say it's important. I think it provides value. I think it gives people a voice. It gives people input to future and further discussions on this. That's my position.
I'm kind of 50-50 on it. But what do you think, Dr. Burke? Would you like to see a survey, or how would you use a survey?
are you going to do anything with it? I mean, I'm sorry. Let's be honest. This is a lot of time and energy.
Yeah, it is.
We have to make it, we cannot make it anonymous because I'm sorry, last time we did a survey, we had one person who filled it out 17 times. And so that's a waste of our time and energy. I mean, when we're if you're really gonna do something with the data, I'm all for it. Because Crystal, Brad and I will sit down and we will put together, we'll bring it back to you, have you sign off on it. But are you going to do something with it? Because what happens if it's, 51-49, what happens if it's 60-40? That's what I'm saying. So we don't mind doing the work, but it's one of those things that I know that people talk about you can do it anonymously. If it's that important, then people ought to be able to write up, this is what I feel. And then we'll try our best to keep it all anonymous within ourselves. And then we can use that data because, I'm interested to find out, do people want the mitigation or how do they feel about it? I'm interested in that data and I'd like to be able to do something with it. I just want to know that we're not chasing ghosts. And I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody, but there's a lot of time and energy that goes into us. And to be honest, we're trying to educate kids right now. And so we've been spending a lot of time doing things that, however you look at this, but I can tell you my upper level staff hasn't spent a lot of time educating kids. We've been doing a lot of other things right now. And
So that's kind of my question with this. Do we see that it's something that would resolve anything that's right here, or would it just make things worse?
Again, I feel like it's another loop.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think it goes into the outcome, right? The outcome was to understand people's position. The outcome is to understand people's thoughts on mitigation. And those are two fairly compelling outcomes that we would seek. We shouldn't send a survey if we're not going to do anything with it. And if we've done that in the past, we should never do it again.
And
but we have to have the intent and the outcome clearly defined.
I'm not interested in taking parents' total rights away. I would be interested to see if people would like us to bring temperature checks back or something. I mean, because that would be an additional level of.
Or the plexiglass shields for everyone. I mean, we've had them in the past.
Really don't want to see our kids in a bubble, and it's ridiculous, but.
We can always do a survey later. I mean, it doesn't mean that we have to leave right now saying, let's do this. I mean, what we've learned, the one thing we know about this whole pandemic is things change rapidly. We don't know what's going to change, when's going to change. We would never have imagined a year ago we're sitting here doing this again. So I don't know that it's something that needs to be pushed through right this minute.
And to that point, I would say that I think having a survey, we need to formulate the questions, like give us some time to really start thinking. We can share with through Katie what those questions what we want answers to, what answers we want to have action to them. Just saying that we're going to do it now may not be the best thing because it's kind of hasty. I'd like to ponder it. We have a retreat next week. We could discuss it at that point. I know we have other things to discuss, but we could also bring it back for September 13th meeting. But I'd like to have some time to at least think about how a survey would look, what kind of actual intelligence we could get back from it. And is this something that would prove useful for the district?
I also really hear Dr. Burke loud and clear saying that his upper administration hasn't been able to work on anything else yet. and we're at. the
Whoa, whoa,
meeting
whoa, whoa.
earlier. Isn't that-
Don't say that.
That's,
We're working our
I mean,
butts off.
I know you are.
So when you say don't do anything else,
Well,
we
not
haven't
anything,
done
but you've
much of
spent
it.
a lot of time
Yeah.
on this.
I've got some incredible people working their tails off right now that are listening in.
Yeah.
I don't want anything go publicly that says they're not doing anything.
I understand, but so correct me if I'm wrong. You've said that that's what they're working on a lot right now.
Some of the upper level people have not been working on it, curriculum as much as we'd like.
They've not been working on curriculum as much as we'd like.
That's correct. I'm sorry, I've got people that are exhausted right now.
Right.
And they're doing a lot of things that are not what we would consider getting ready kids to educate kids. And so I just want to be careful that we don't come across anything towards them that is anything other than the exemplary job that they're doing. So if I was a little loud, Mrs. Sealing, I apologize, but it's my job to protect them. And they have done an extraordinary job. But in the last time period, we've been doing a lot of things, a lot of time and energy that has not been for what I'd consider directly educating kids. So I apologize if I got a little excited.
So I apologize if I misstated, but that's exactly what I was trying to say.
so let's have a conversation around it at our workshop.
I would agree with that.
Is it next Monday?
On the 30th.
30th. So do you need any more direction, Dr. Burke?
We'll talk about it on that.
Thank you. Moving on to acceptance of board member resignation. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, this is kind of new for me because we've not lost a board member since I've been the superintendent. Eric Boyle was serving 20 years. And so I think anybody that gives that kind of time and energy to a community with the unpaid status that we give deserves some credit for that. He did turn his resignation into Candy Kramer, and then she shared that with the board clerk, Katie Claire, and myself, and then I made sure that got out to the board. With that being said, he is asking that you accept his resignation and that we request that you go ahead and accept his resignation. The process of what happens next is later in the discussion item.
I just wanted to say that I always had a lot of respect for Eric in the years that I've been on the board, and I really appreciated the perspective that he brought. And I'm sad, but I don't think, well, I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but I don't think there's probably one of us up here that hasn't really considered why we're here and why we're doing this, because it's been a really hard year. So I'm not going to say that I blame him. So.
And I concur with Sharon that I've had a lot of deep, meaningful conversations with Eric about education and other things. He's a good friend. He'll be missed on the board. He's already, he wasn't running for reelection, but his perspective of being a former teacher brought a lot of knowledge to his position, and his experience and wisdom will be missed.
Agree. He would said, I really enjoyed I've been on just about as long as he was. And it was really good. He was a strong advocate for teachers, and that was gonna have to try to keep that up because he really brought that passion.
I'd like to publicly say, and I will email him in case he's not watching too, that I respect his time on the board and I appreciate his time on the board. We moved to the school district because of how amazing it was. We literally moved 1 mile. That was long before I considered being on the board. We moved 1 mile because of what the people before me here have done and set up in the school district. So nobody except for people that sit in these seats understand the amount of work or what goes into this. And 20 years is astounding to me. And so I would like to thank Eric for his time and service to the district and wish him the best.
Couple of my comments are, Eric dedicated and committed 20 years of his passion and life to this district. He added a tremendous amount of value. He added a tremendous amount of leadership. He was a very strong and thoughtful mentor, probably to everyone on this board. It does sadden me to see him resign, but he brought the perspective as a teacher in this district. At one point, he taught in this district. He brought the perspective of a parent, and he also brought a perspective of a patron. He had a very broad understanding of this district, what it meant to the people within this district. And he created a tremendous amount of value in this district as well, over 20 years of service. It does sadden me to see him resign, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. I still consider him a mentor of my own. And I think he still has he still could have a lot of value to add. So with that.
Mr. President, I move that the board accept Eric Boyle's letter of resignation.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to accept Eric Boyle's resignation from the board. Any discussion or conversation?
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Approved.
Moving on to our next action item is publication of the notification of the budget hearing.
Yeah, I think Doug Swin did an incredible job of going over what we're expecting to spend our funds for next year and where that revenue is coming from. And the board is asked to approve the publication and the notification of the budget hearing.
Mr. President, I move that we would approve the publication of the notification of the budget hearing.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to accept the notification of the budget hearing. Any discussion or comment?
I didn't get to say earlier, but I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work on this. The peace of mind that it gives me as a board member even, and I'm sure everyone else too, but that knowing that you're watching every cent, every dollar, it is extremely appreciated. So thank you.
So I hope, I know there's a lot more listening and conversations happening about what's happening in the district. And I hope we can transfer some of that passion into conversations with those that we've elected to represent us at the State House and having conversations around delay in funding. And Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, if I've gotten outside of the box here on the numbers, $1.5 million short in student funding this year. And what I mean by short is that we will not get $1.5 million to educate the students that we will have in this district. So we just spent an enormous amount of time on some very important topics. This is equally important to that. $1.5 million for a small district, right? That's 10% of our budget.
Yeah.
About 10% of our budget. We're being shorted by our state legislators. Think about that. That's a critical topic. We should all be raising our voice around that. State aid calculations for bonds. What was it? It was $2.3 million difference from what we were being matched. Is it matched? Is that a good word, or what's a better?
Yeah, state aid is based on.
Getting state aid on bonds.
Yeah, for every dollar spent.
Yeah, we're $2.3 million different on that from past to now. And then lack on new facility funding is the third critical piece. We're looking at what, over $3 million? That's the overall, if we combine just those three topics, it's a $3 million plus impact to our district and funding that we're not receiving to educate our students.
Correct.
Those are three critical topics to our district.
It's due to state law.
State law.
State formula.
So anyway, and yet our administration keeps us in the game when it comes to funding our education, still being able to provide the education we need. Doug Schwinn and his team are able to think about a $3+ million, not reduction, but just not getting those dollars to educate our students. Think about that And then think about what Doug just said about the mill levy. It's going to go down a little bit this
Just a
year.
little bit.
Okay, it's going to be a small amount, but that's the kind of focus, dedication, commitment that our administration puts to ensuring that every single penny that's collected in taxes for education goes to education. And when we divert dollars to another effort, that money comes away from education. And so I think it's really important when we're talking about budget, those three keys: a year delay in funding, the state aid,
Percentage. Yeah.
percentage that for bonds, and the lack of new facility funding are three absolutely massive impacts to our district. And the reason is because we're growing. If we were not growing, if we were staying static or reducing, that means we'd get paid for more student. If we're getting smaller, we'd get paid for more students than we actually had here. That's not an efficient use of the education tax dollars from my perspective. So
Can I add?
it's certainly something everyone needs to be aware of, and I hope we can transfer passions to that.
Can I add one more thing to your three?
Sure.
The fourth thing for me, and Doug and I have had this conversation before, and that's special education funding.
Oh, yeah.
That's a real impact to our special education program and to our funding teachers and so on. The federal requirement has not been met ever since IDEA has been passed in the 1970s. They fund at 16% on average. What are they're supposed to fund at 60%?
I don't know the number right off the top of my head, but
Oh, I'm
I
talking
think it's
federal.
40%.
Okay, 40%, I think you're right, 40% at the federal level. They're supposed to pay 40% of our salaries in special ed needs. The state is supposed to kick in some more dollars. They are at, I think they're at 94% when they're supposed to be at 97%. And so what all that means is our school district has to pick up the tab for all these other governmental agencies not funding us.
Well, and we're
And that's
fortunate.
millions of dollars to this district.
We're fortunate to have the staff,
Exactly.
teachers, educators, administrators that have that just undying, unbelievable commitment to educating our students.
So for those of you who email us, and I appreciate your emails, there are a lot of state representatives, state senators, US representatives, US senators that need your emails as well to get us funded. If you need those, I'm happy to share.
So it's been, Sharon, did you have?
Okay, I was just gonna say that I'm actually like totally shocked that we were able to have a budget before us that does not include a mill levy increase. I thought that there was no way that could happen this year.
Great leadership.
And all of it. So thank you so much.
it's going to be tight and I'm going to sweat for the next 12 months. But if we can get through this year and then next year, we're going to get funding for the kids we got this year and we don't go out and hire 30 more new teachers. Right, Dr. Burke? Can I get you on record?
Not making any promise.
He's not going to make any promise.
30 additional, what we have
But
now.
whenever you open a new building like Dayton Creek, you got to staff it. So we got hit from multiple
Well,
directions.
and the other issue is in 2023, we will have a new building that'll be opening, and that's middle school number 3. So we will have those staffing needs again, where we have another 30 teachers that we need to hire or whatever the case may be.
True. It's coming
So
again.
It's really incumbent upon us all to reach out to our representatives and senators to get the funding we need when we need it.
So there is a motion on the floor, moved and seconded to approve the publication of the notification of the budget hearing. Any final conversation or discussion? Katie, please collect the
Mr.
vote.
Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes,
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
approved.
very good. Moving on to middle school number 3 change order. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, every once in a while, I know that we always try to do a discussion item and then an action item, but then sometimes something comes up that we need to move. Being expedient in the middle of a building process it dictates that we need to move something to quick to action. So Tim Meek and a couple of our friends from JE Dunn are here, and they're going to share some information with you.
Okay, here we go. This is one of my times I hate more than anything in the construction business is coming before you guys with a change order. That's not something I have to do very often, thank goodness, but once in a while, there's things that happen in the construction world that makes us have to do some additional work. And right now we're dealing with a masonry bracing summary on our gym walls and auditorium walls. There's a few factors and I'll give you the 30,000 foot overview, but the guys from J here down here can give us a little bit further in. We talked quite a little bit at the beginning of the middle school that some things are going to be delayed. Steel is going to be delayed. Steel is being delayed just about as far as it can. Normally, as soon as you get the walls up on those tall structures right away, the steel is going in, so it helps the bracing of them, and we're not going to be able to do that quite as quick as we'd like to this time. So we're going to be doing some additional bracing. The contractor had included bracing, but it was internal bracing in the wall, not external. I don't know how many of you drove by and you've seen external angle bracing outside. His bracing plan met the intent of the bid, but it's a 40 mile per hour deal, and we get a severe thunderstorm. I think I saw today comes in at 56 miles per hour or something like that. And so that is what the criteria that they used to design to, and it is an acceptable criteria. It's something that we'll be looking at on our next scopes that we do that will change and tighten that up. It's something that JE Dunn is looking at their next scopes that they do on not just our job, but other jobs too, that especially now as things are being delayed and some of these things are going up and being pushed out. So Mike and Jeremy are here with JE Dunn. If they have anything they'd like to add or anything, and Mike can also share with you the money and where the money will be coming from that we'll be using to fund it too. So.
Thanks. I appreciate you guys getting this in quick, like Tim mentioned. I'll just kind of color his points a little more. To his point, we require an engineered bracing plan in our scopes. They provided one. Honestly, in years past, we had issues where we just provided a bracing plan and not an engineered one. We got typical details, and obviously an engineered bracing plan, you have to weigh factors like what the wind load is in that region, what the foundations are, how much rebar is in the walls. And so we got an engineered bracing plan, but it's only to 40 miles per hour. And so we looked at historical weather in the area. We get 40 mile per hour gusts at least once a month the last 12 months. And so that gave us concern that this was the safest way to go. Like Tim said, usually we're installing these walls and putting joists up weeks later. In this case, they're going to be sitting there for 3 months. And so a lot longer than is typical due to, the long span joists are in 2 areas, the multipurpose room and the gym. So that's our longest lead item. And so we just weren't comfortable with what they presented. Internal bracing is kind of a new concept, at least to us and much of our company. Internal bracing just means they're taking credit for the design of the wall as it is. And so we kind of looked at 2 different options beyond that. We went to Bob D. Campbell, who's an engineer JE Dunn uses. They provided a plan that we felt was maybe above and beyond what we needed. It was braces every 4 feet. It was very expensive, atypical for what we've seen in the past on like a gym wall. And so we went to BSM's engineered and say, hey, this is what we did at Woodland Spring. Can you design us something similar? We've also done similar at Dayton Creek and some of these other schools. And so basically 12-foot spacing on average, $93,000. And so it's rated for 62 miles per hour. We're a lot more comfortable with that number based on sitting there for that amount of time. And so The accounting of it, we have 400K in our original contingency, haven't touched any to date. But here we'd be asking for 27,000. The reason for that offset is we got credits for a couple items at bid time. We thought we might need fire water from both 192nd and 193rd to get the required gallons per minute for the fire water line. Turns out we didn't need that, so we got some money back for the 192nd. We're only coming off 193rd. And then skimmers credit, that alludes to the 3 detention basins we have on the site for stormwater retention. They were kind of these fancy silt devices. You don't have silt, getting into your creeks. The Kansas Department of Health reviews all of our stormwater prevention plans. They said we didn't need that. We just need riprap, which is pretty typical for most designs of these detention basins. And so we're getting back about 65K there. So tonight we're asking for about 27K to be used out of contingency. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that that the Campbell design asked us to an extra over $150,000 just for 10 miles an hour. And I know that 10 miles an hour is quite a bit at 72, but it just seems overkill to me.
There's also, most of the time, built into these is a safety factor too. So don't think we get a 63 mile per hour wind, the wall's going to tumble. There's a safety factor built into that to 1 point something factor normally. So
they said about 1.5.
Yeah.
I would agree it's needed just due to circumstances, but did we get late notice that the joists were going to be delayed? Is that why we went ahead and started the wall and finished the wall knowing that the steel was going to be late instead of just delaying starting the masonry?
The problem is to do any of the other steel, you really need these tall walls first because all the other steel ties into these tall walls. So that's why we're planning on doing it now.
I just meant we could have delayed start of the masonry until we were a little closer to getting steel and maybe wouldn't have the problem.
You just can't really do any of the adjacent masonry very easily. You got to get all this scaffolding around those areas. So it really limits what else we can do and would probably delay the project.
And with the, we looked at that pretty heavily. Can we just hold off on it? And we're already pushing with some of the delays we have, and we're afraid that there could be something else. We don't have anything that we know of, but right now we're seeing other people getting even further pushback on roof systems and other things. Right now, we're working really hard to make sure that doesn't happen to us. So the polyiso roof insulation is an item that's a little bit in short supply. So we're working hard to make sure ours gets theirs procured, as well as some roof fasteners. I mean, it's just an interesting time. I'm glad I'm on this side of the construction and not the guys out there trying to run their business and looking at inflation, because our prices are locked in as far as cost, not,
Is it worse now than 2020 trying to get Dayton Creek done?
Some items are. I think steel's gotten pushed further. Jeremy and them can talk more to that, but from what
Are you asking what's worse now? Is
like steel,
just getting product.
Yeah, steel continues to climb. Lumber is kind of plateaued, and we're seeing that come back down. But the first quarters of this year, we've had 10% escalation in material costs. We haven't seen that since 2013. So it's volatile. That's why we're trying to manage it.
I blame you. I'm just kidding.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
I said, never mind. It was a bad joke.
I mean, there could be
Well,
escalation.
The other thing to move ahead with too is we don't want people to go away and to come back and remobilize, and then we get caught with a remobilization and some of that. So we're trying to manage it to keep our risk at the smallest amount we can. So.
I could see escalation in labor costs too in 3 months. That would more than.
Yeah. And they could come back if we told them, hey, go away and come back in 3 months. They could say, well, we were planning on this time frame, and so you pushed us on this.
So contingencies are usually used for change conditions. Change conditions are just things we want to change, right? The owner wants to change. So what, was this a change condition or is this is more along the lines of this is a best practice? Or I'm trying to understand how we got to a difference between from the bid document to reality of needing to gain 20, whatever, 22 miles an
I
hour.
think I understood it as schedule protection because if we delayed the walls until we had the steel, it was going to push the whole project.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have the walls up and with no steel to connect all the walls together, we need something to brace it so it doesn't fall down.
But we bid.
Honestly, the
internal.
bracing will be required regardless. We can't set joists on the walls immediately after the walls are laid. They have to reach a certain design strength. So you could have a storm come through that evening after the wall is erected that could cause the wall to fail. So regardless of the steel delivery or not, the bracing is common practice in construction that we install those braces after we lay the walls or precast walls or very similar type of walls. So the steel delay doesn't exactly drive the NEVA braces. The safety factor drives the NEVA braces.
It was just a design issue then.
It was an issue of the contractor not providing the bid we expected to provide. We always require engineer bracing plans. They took liberties as to what the miles per hour they were going to design the walls of the bracing to. This plan says that the walls sustain 20-mile-an-hour winds. We need to evacuate the area around the walls due to the potential failure. That's a human element that we don't want to manage in the field and could have catastrophic effects if the wall fails. So that's
the bid documents weren't clear. Is that a fair assessment?
The bid documents ask for an engineer bracing plan for the masonry walls. We didn't specify the criteria for which we've had to. In the 20 years I've been in this business, we have never clarified the wind speed that they need to design the wind bracing to.
Is there a standard they have to design to then?
There's multiple standards. They
right.
chose to take the very, very minimal.
So they were still within the bounds of the bid documents, right? This is the point I'm trying to get to.
Yes.
They're within the bounds of the bid document. Had the bid documents provide our expectation of the standard that they meet, they would have had to meet that or they would have been non-responsive. Is that accurate?
Correct, which is why we are asking for the change condition because we cannot hold that contractor and say he is liable for providing the higher level of wind rating bracing.
Well, I think it protects an asset that we have. I don't have a problem with it. I just wanted to, we build schools on a fairly frequent basis and we don't want to see this happen again. And so yeah, I'm sure you've done a cause analysis. And so what preventive measures are in place to prevent this from happening to another district or for us?
Yeah, so for the scopes that we're going to write, especially for Spring Hill, we will make sure that we have the appropriate wind rating standards to design to for this area. Because the standards that some of the contractors provide come from a book that says a 10-foot, 8-inch wide CMU wall should have a bracing every 12 foot. That's not specific to the project they're working on, but that's some of the information we get from them. And so what we got on this project, we deem not to be safe and acceptable by our opinions, which is why we went down the path of exploring it further. And
yeah, I think coming into the time of year that we're coming into and you're going to have walls standing up for 3 months, I don't think it would be a wise decision to not do this. Okay.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the recommended middle school number 3 change order.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to accept the middle school number 3 change order for the additional bracing or the improved bracing. Any discussion or comment? Katie, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Approved.
Very good. Moving on.
Mr. President, can
Yeah.
we get a break for 7 minutes to
We're
9:30?
we're at recess until 9:30.
Thank you.
We're back in session. Moving on to discussion item 8.01, appointment of a vacated board position. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, I think as a board, you have a couple of options, and Greg Goheen's here to kind of clear whatever I say incorrectly. First of all, you can do nothing, and basically then the winner of the election would take office when it comes available at the first of the year. Or the board can go ahead and fill the position, but it has to do a resolution and a publication. I believe the publication says that it's going to be, it has to be published for 14 days. You have Keith Ewing here, and Keith is running unopposed for the position. I talked to him earlier. Keith is open to go ahead and taking the position early. And so since the way the election is going, I mean, since he's running unopposed, then I would recommend to the board that if you decide to fill the position, to go ahead and do the resolution and then just appoint Keith Ewing into that position. And then once the election, he would just continue into that position. So with that being said, Greg, I don't know how much I messed that up, but
yeah, you're pretty accurate with it. So there's actually a couple different options, but the first option is the board doesn't have to fill the position. You could simply wait till the election is over and the new board member is sworn in January, and they would take the slot. So you could certainly operate as a 6-member board for the duration of this year. The other option, if you decide you're going to fill it, you do have to do that by resolution. There has to be a publication, and then you can have applicants that would apply for the position. So, and then in that situation, you would, at a public meeting, decide who you're going to appoint for that position. But that does require a resolution similar to what you did earlier tonight, only it's more like the budget resolution where you actually have to do a publication for a period of time. So there's a specific publication that goes per the statute into the paper. And then you can have a notice meeting after that to actually fill the slot if you choose to do so. And even at that point, you wouldn't have to fill the slot, but you would have the option to do so.
Just in a normal year, it might not be a bad thing to have a 6-person board for a few months, but when we have a lot of things that are coming for us, I think having the opportunity of having a tie vote on things would just not be very prudent.
My thoughts exactly. And I think like as much as we were talking, we all agreed that there's a lot to this. Like when we were talking about Eric resigning, there's a lot that goes into this, and someone who's willing to step up and go ahead and say yes now. I'm willing to jump in right now. I think as the newest board member, I also can say there's so much to learn, and the more you can get in the middle of it, the faster, I think the more you learn. So I would support that.
it's been a long night, so Keith may have changed his mind.
So you have to do the resolution first and then publish
Yeah,
the
so
resolution?
you'd have to do a resolution, and then the resolution essentially charges the clerk with doing the publication in the paper. And then you have to wait that publication period before you can then appoint somebody. So you can't do it tonight, for example, and you can't do it. Well, you'll have to do the resolution at your next meeting. So you couldn't do it by the next meeting either. So.
Could we do it at the work session on Monday?
Are you already noticed up for the work section? No. If you notice it up for, if you notice it up for on the agenda to do the resolution, have the resolution, you could adopt it at the work session if you choose to do that. And all that's going to do is direct you to do the publication. And then that would place it out. You just got to make sure the timing is sufficient, which that's what I don't know about knowing when you're scheduling it.
If we do the resolution.
Yes, it will be an official meeting.
It will
but
be an official meeting.
It's a meeting anyway.
I mean, it's a meeting in public anyway.
We're just calling a work session, but it's still a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, you will have to notice it up with that on the agenda, and it's a public meeting at that point with the board calling to order, and then you would take action on that resolution as an agenda item. So if that's what you chose to do. See a quizzical look, so I want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
It just
So
depends.
the resolution wouldn't be that we're automatically appointing the person running for the office. We have to still open it up to whoever might file for it. And then we decide as a board in public, correct? Okay.
Correct, yeah. The resolution is putting it out into the newspaper that you're going to fill the position or consider filling the position and giving people an opportunity to express interest in it.
Just depends on
So
how quick.
potentially there's other people that could, is there an application or
Well,
just a notice of
I
intent?
think it's just notice of intent. Now, different boards have set different criterias before. So if you have people that, multiple people that say they're interested, then you can dictate what you're going to do as that regard. The only thing you can't do is this isn't like an employment interview. If you're going to interview them or talk to them or make a decision, it is an open session. There's no executive session for this type of filling.
I was actually appointed when somebody retired, and I believe there were several of us, and we sent a letter, and then we had to come in, and I think we submitted a resume and just came in and talked a little bit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, from what Candy said, past practice was that resumes were submitted to the board.
And then we have a set
list of questions that
Yep.
Greg can go over so that each candidate is asked the same thing. Candidates are brought in one at a time for those questions, and the other candidates are asked not to be in the board area when that person is answering those questions. But we have that all set.
Yeah.
So Katie can bring all that to you on the 30th.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard process. It just, you do have to realize it is a public process. It's not something that you can.
So I guess it's really at the speed of what the board wants to work and on how we want to do this. I will say from my experience, in my election in 2013, the board member that I replaced resigned after the election, and I was appointed. I had to submit my name and was appointed to the board prior to July 1st. So I think it's a pretty easy process to go through. So it just depends on how fast we want to work. If we want to do on August 30th or wait till September 13th.
say if he's willing to do it, that we do it as soon as we can. And thank him for his willingness.
How long's that agenda getting?
The question was, how long's the agenda? There's nothing on there that's absolute. So anything that we need to put on the front, we can cut and do it at a different point.
It should go quick if we do it on the 30th because it's just a resolution to put it in the paper.
Right. You're not making a decision other
Right.
than to put it in the paper. And I'm sure the board clerk's got the resolution. It's a
Yep.
standard one that KSB puts out. So it's not, there's no magic to this other than you
Yep.
have to do a resolution. You have to publish it in your paper. You have to wait the statutory time before you then meet to do anything from that point.
Yeah, I would think it'd be prudent to do it on the 30th, next Monday.
Yeah, so does that give you enough time, Katie?
Yes, I had actually emailed a couple of questions back and forth with Donna Whiteman the other day, and she sent me the resolution, so I already have it.
I mean, I don't see any reason to wait.
No,
I mean, to delay it.
Let's get somebody, let's fill the position.
Okay. Do you have do you need any other direction, Katie?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, Dr. Burke?
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our second discussion item on a letter to the Board of County Commissioners. Jason.
Yeah. So as I said last week, I think it's imperative that that at least somebody from a school district in Johnson County let the Board of County Commissioners know that they may have, or they probably have overstepped their authority on assigning responsibilities to a school district. And, one of the things that I would like to do is send a complaint letter to the Board of County Commissioners and refer to, I mean, a lot of this is referring back to our resolution of why we can have parents and guardians be able to sign. And in part, it's statute 72-1138, section E, subsection 2. In part, it says the power granted by the subsection shall not be construed to relieve any other unit of government of its duties and responsibilities that are prescribed by law. And to me, that's the public health area from the Board of County Commissioners, nor to create any responsibility on the part of a school district to assume the duties or responsibilities that are required of another unit of government. To me, that's the part where they assigned us that we had to have a mask order and we had to be the enforcers of that mask order. So they assigned us new responsibilities not afforded in the Constitution. And a letter of complaint is something that I think is at least lets them know that we are not happy with their decision to impose these responsibilities on us. As far as going further than that, I think that's something that we'll have to discuss if we want to go further than that at some later date. But I'm just asking if we can send a letter of complaint to the Board of County Commissioners and their attorneys. And if it needs to be an action item, I can make it an action item eventually.
I don't disagree that it was at the very least questionable. I'm just not sure how fruitful it is to send a letter or to make a statement with another government entity and how that is actually going to make anything any better. So, and maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't, but that would be my hesitation.
I understand that. I totally understand that. I think the biggest part for me is the attorney, the county counselor said that it was ambiguous and there's no known enforcement or no known law that they knew of that precluded them from doing what they did. And I just wanted to let them know that this is the law, that they shouldn't have done it. There are other options, and they don't have the authority to create responsibilities for the school district. Maybe it's just a notice, not a complaint, but kind of a notice. Something. I just think that they should know.
I hear what you're saying, Jason. I hear what you're saying also because I think what many people said last meeting was we need to be loud and clear that to almost hold accountability to. And the fight isn't necessarily with us, that they have really let the community down in this too, and constantly pushing it back to us. But yet they left a bunch of loopholes in it too. I don't know. I don't like the word loophole, but they left it so
Vague.
loose and vague and like, I don't know. I have a real problem with the order because I think it discredits healthcare. So that's my issue with them. But I also hear Sharon saying that, does it make any difference? Do they even care? But I do feel like in this time, we take a stand too, and we let people know, like, that's our stake in the ground, like publicly to them. We don't appreciate your leadership in this. That was a non-answer, sorry.
You just have to be real careful when you're sending letters of complaint, because it can be, if it gets construed to be embarrassing, then people can be vindictive. So just want to be cautious on how.
And it doesn't have to be a letter of complaint, just kind of a letter of notice that.
I don't disagree with that. Something.
So I just think it needs to be something.
Just be cautious is all I'm saying.
And I know it's quite a ways away to September 13th, but if we want to bring it back as an action with what the letter says, we can do that then.
I guess I would just exercise some caution because I think there's all times when we need support from each county. And it's kind of the same thing with the city or the state. It's like we all need to work together within our lanes. And I understand. I don't know. I would probably just be very cautious, I guess.
So is that support for or against? I mean, this is what we got. We need
Well, I
a
mean,
yes
we
or no
can just-
answer on this. We can dance around and in theoreticals. But it seems to me like if someone didn't follow a statute, it's a point of clarification, right? That's what it is. It's not a big complaint. It's not, poking anybody in the eye. It's about a point of clarification of our understanding of the statute.
I would agree with that. That
Rather
would be fine,
than-
just fine with me.
Rather than complaining and carrying on. But what's the consensus? We need an action item? Want to vote on it?
But we can wait till September 13th unless we feel that it would lose its teeth by waiting. I don't think it would.
Orders.
The order's the order.
I think it'd be okay to wait. I mean, some of this is going to kind of play out a little bit and what some of the situations are in a month from now might look a lot different.
Would the board want Greg and I to work on some kind of draft copy?
That would be
Why don't we wait till after the 13th?
Wait until after the 13th, yeah. All right. Moving on to our next discussion item is Water One main extension. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, Tim Meek's going to come up and talk to you about an easement out there off of 191st Street that deals with middle school number 3.
That is the main part of what I'm talking to you about. The document MX 21020 has quite a few things that Water One packed into there. The main thing is being an easement that I'll be bringing back to you. Greg, it's in Greg's hand right now to review to make sure that it's okay. There's also in that same document the water main extension petition and agreement. That's basically saying that we will pay for the extension of the water main along 193rd. We haven't seen a lot of these because normally we're not the developer. But in this particular instance, we turned around and we are the developer. So we're the person that is doing a lot of this. It was all accounted for in the cost up front. We knew pretty much where we were going to be on it. And also, the only thing that we normally would have had is at the end of it, we would have had at some point, we would have, or the developer would have given an easement across there already for this water line to go in. So Water One is asking for $70,000 for the water line. I've had the J Dunn guys look at that and they believe it's pretty much right where we thought it would be. We actually think it'll be a little cheaper than that because we now know, because of the work we've done in that area, that there's no rock in that area. Water One did include a little bit in their estimate, some rock excavation. And if you read through that, this is an estimate that that we would be approving later. It's not a actual amount. They will not let you know the actual amount until they're done with construction. And the other thing is with Water One, there is one company that can do it and they're in charge of it. So they're a utility and we run in the same thing with all utilities. They're the only ones that are going to put it in and they're the ones that are going to bill you for what it's going to cost. So there's that portion of it. There's the easement portion of it that we'll be signing. There's also attached in the two other documents, there are a couple benefit districts that we get the privilege of joining as well because of how we're bringing water to our site and the frontage we have along 191st Street. There's a benefit district there already too. So we're getting to benefit from those two benefit districts that supply our water to our building. So really not much there for it. Any questions you'd have, but about it, I'd be glad to answer.
I just want to be clear on it. We'll have to approve the amount after construction because it'll be over $20,000.
No, we'll be approving the letter agreement is basically what we'll be approving.
Okay.
There's a letter in there that states the 70,000 and some odd dollars.
Okay.
That'll give Doug the authority to sign it. That, okay, we're gonna go ahead and enter an agreement for Water One to put it in. Again, it's gonna be what it is.
Sure.
We've had a pretty good history with, most people have with what.
So we're just approving the estimate.
We're just approving the estimates, really what you're gonna be approving, but it's an agreement that Doug will sign with them. And then there also will be the easement agreement. And the other two items that are on there are the two benefit districts that will be joining. The one that they put in when Foxwood Ranch went in, that extends the water along 191st Street because we have frontage there. We also get to join that. We get to pay into that. It's a payback district, basically what it amounts to. We also get to join the one that originally was paid for by, I believe it's Dr. Edelman and H.A. Wiswell on Ridgeview Road when they put the main in there, because we have a small portion of that. It's a very small amount compared to the other one, but it's like $2,000 to have the privilege to use that water line. So.
One more question. Will waiting till September 13th to approve this delay anything for you?
No.
Okay.
No, it won't.
Did J.E. Dunn feel that was a good estimate for that?
Yeah.
Looks like it to me, but.
Yeah, it is. And again, we believe that is going, we're hopeful that'll be a high estimate because they did include some rock excavation in their line item of the excavation. And we haven't found any rock in that area at the depth that they'll be at, so. Okay.
Any other questions from the board on the water main extension? All right, moving on to bond construction update, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, normally this is done at the first meeting, but we moved it from the first meeting of the month to this one. So Tim Meek.
Get it open up here. I'll go through this pretty quickly here. There's no changes to the budget. Dayton Creek Elementary School, all of you were there or most of you were there or have been through there now. Got a successful start of the year. I couldn't have said that if I'd gotten to give this update 2 weeks ago. So we did have a successful start to the year there now. So closed that job out basically at 327 days. There's still a little bit of landscape work to be done that we're still waiting till after the 1st of September to plant some grass seed in the front of the building and stuff like that. Waiting for a better growing time for that. So Spring Hill Middle School number 3, continuing with the structural foundation. It's almost complete. Continuing with sanitary sewer, continuing with concrete slabs and masonry walls. We're hoping to get the public improvements completed here in the next couple months. 192nd and 193rd Street extensions. Challenge successes, Saladino, our plumber, they were a little slow to come to the plate, but once they got there, they brought on a second crew and have caught up and gotten ahead of everything. And Delta Roofing, again, that's a challenge right now because of some material stuff we're working through with them. And this is where I would have given you a little heads up that there was a masonry wall bracing due to the steel lead times, so you wouldn't have been surprised by an action item tonight. So 112 days as of 7:30, safety on the safety report, no accidents or lost time accidents. Couple of pictures there. the masonry walls you see there are up, and several more are up around there too. So that's the weight room, wrestling room areas you see there. They're going on to locker rooms and some of that. You can see the walls going up now if you drive down 191st. So you can see the parking lot areas are graded and ready to go. Go back up to that one there. You can see the track. The track is graded. The gravel, I believe the base is mostly in on that. If or close, and they've got the storm drainage is in on the football field as well. So things are moving along quickly. It's amazing what a couple of weeks do. A couple other projects, the non-bond projects, pavement rehab, Spring Elementary School, successful. Looks very nice. If you haven't been through there, it's a much smoother drive through there now than it was. Tennis court rehab, another great looking job. There, the contractor got it up and going, and we hopefully have a long-term solution there. Solar panel project. They've been plagued by a few equipment delays as well. So they are hopefully in this next week going to be start doing the bases for the solar panels. They're going to be burying the conduits as well to the from the school to the solar array. And hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll be shutting power off so we can get all of our disconnects, but they're still waiting on a tiny piece that is holding us up from being able to shut the power off to the building. That'll be an after hours or a weekend shutdown that we'll have to do on that. So. You can see the grading of the area back there in the very back corner of where the solar panel is in relationship to where we're at right now, or the Education Support Center. Other repairs, we're still holding until for a little bit. I haven't checked with the contractor. We're hopeful that they'll be here sometime in September to do the 101 East South Street roof. City of Spring Hill roundabout, that was an 8.3 site. It looks totally different if we would have flown our drone and put a new picture in. I drove up in there and been out there a couple of times, and all of the concrete is curbs in, the first layer of asphalt's all in. I will say when we had a meeting, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second, with the city of Spring Hill about Webster Street, but during that meeting, they shared with us that they're hopeful that shortly after Labor Day that the entire roundabout will be open for use, not just Ridgeview straight through. So Webster Street, not our project, but just kind of give you guys what we know about it. If you drive through there, you'll notice that today we had a change of direction. They've got the west side or the east side of the Webster done from Lawrence Street to North Street. They've switched it over so they can get the west side of it done. Take about a week and a half to 2 weeks to get that done. Then they're going to move down from Lawrence Street to South Street, which will directly affect our elementary school and the kids coming and going from there. So really, we want to let you know that we're meeting with them. They're in contact with us. I think we get this from the city engineer. We get this at the same time the city gets at these maps. So we know it as fast as the city knows it, and we're trying to stay proactive so that we can give our 2 cents worth. And actually, so far we were successful, because originally they wanted to shut down Webster in front of the elementary school, and it would have been shut down the first days of school. And we said, no, let's let our people get in and get started and get a habit going, and so that we can let them have some sense of what they need to do later on if we have to make a little detour. So, they're still working. They're looking at a late October, early November on the completion of this, but that'll be the final overlay and everything else on the road. So.
And they are putting an overlay on it this time.
A micro overlay, which is pretty much what you're seeing on a lot of places. I mean, that's what they just did on the highway on 69 or 169 highway out here too. So, yeah, very thin overlay. Okay. All right. Any questions?
What were accidents, lost time accidents on pavement rehab, tennis court, roof repairs?
There was no lost time accidents on any of those.
Tennis courts look really good.
Yeah, they turned out very nice. And again, I think we've got the system we used, it's been proven in a lot of other areas to be a long-term fix, not just a quick fill in the crack and paint it over, so.
See, just to emphasize, Tim, it's that kind of thinking right there that allows Doug and his team to be able to lower the mill levy. That's the kind of thinking and culture that you as a department head, administrator, all of our administrators that create that culture. I mean, that's how it happens, is that kind of thinking. So congratulations, well done.
Don't thank me as well.
To think about
Philadelphia had a huge part in this as well. So,
Well, it's creating the culture. It's creating that culture to say, yeah, we can do this and in 5 years we'll be doing it again, or we can spend just a little bit more and it's good for a much longer period of time. That's how this thing works. And I think it comes from our administration.
there was a time when we had no capital outlay where
Right.
we were doing the 1 year or 2 year solution because that's all we had the money to do.
Right.
So that's how important our capital outlay has been to get back.
So I think the culture of our administration, I think coaches are thinking that way. I think if staff, teachers, administrators are thinking that way, and that's what creates the ability to do this. Tennis courts do look fantastic. It'd be nice to see that solar panel thing going along, but I get there's material issues.
Yeah, there's material there. Like I said, they're going to start putting the pads, driving them in here in the next couple of weeks. So they're here on site, so they're ready to go. Just getting the equipment here to get it done.
Good. Very good. Any other questions for Tim?
Thank you.
Moving on to Board of Education work session. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, so we put together a possible agenda, but we're flexible. We understand things happen. I would say probably what we want to do is at the top of this, put the resolution so that we can go ahead and get that resolution taken care of.
For adding the, appointing
the board
members. Okay.
the board member. We want to go ahead and get that resolution. And that aspect shouldn't take very long. We will have that available for you later this week, and then you can look at that. The other thing is, if you want to talk about a survey, I would give yourself an hour. I know that Christopher can start putting some things together, but I know that you guys all have lots of strong ideas and opinions. And so I would give yourself at least an hour because it's like tonight. There's lots of different thoughts. And so, and then you kind of need to decide on the rest of this. The strategic plan part of that, I think 4 of those things, well, actually all of them were put together except for the real world learning. And then we were expecting to take about an hour to do that, and then questions, feedback, anywhere from 45 minutes to another hour. So we were banking on about 2 hours. Yes,
Dr.
Brad.
Burke, we also have the informal discussion that Nels had requested that we would add in there if desired.
Oh, that's true. For CRT.
Not on this meeting, was it? Or we want to talk about it this?
I thought we were moving it to the 13th.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't matter.
I moved it to the 13th per Dr. Burke's request.
So I would recommend go ahead and do the resolution, do the survey, and then
strategic plan update.
Already did the informal.
Then the strategic plan update.
Yeah, I don't think we want to make this too long because this would be the what?
Yeah,
4th meeting in a row or.
4 out of 5 weeks in August. So when do PLC start for our teachers? Is that this week,
Next week.
next week?
Yeah, I think it's next week.
Okay.
Any other comments on the agenda, the draft agenda? I think that puts it right about 3 hours, 3 to 4.
Hope not. Let's keep it to 2, 3.
We're hoping to, depends on board member discussion.
So I just wrote resolution for board member, survey about an hour, strategic plan for 2 hours. Did I get that wrong? Because that's 3 already. And that
Well,
doesn't
we'll
include.
cut 15 minutes out of that because the real world learning was 15 minutes. And so that would, that's almost an hour. And then it depends on how long you want to board questions and feedback.
Okay. I wouldn't add anything to that agenda.
Did you say you're taking real world learning out?
We'll take that out for this meeting. We can do it at another time, maybe on the 13th. Or we could do real world learning, which shouldn't take that long, and then do strategic plan at another meeting.
Let's do strategic plan on Monday. Strategic plan on, so this is my recommendation for the work session agenda. Resolution to replace the board member's resignated position. Talk about the survey. And then the third thing would be strategic plan update. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, it works for us.
Okay.
Good with that.
All right, moving on to superintendent's report, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, one of the things that sometimes when you're writing something, it makes perfect sense. And then when someone else reads it, they point out that it doesn't make sense. So on the F of the mitigation plan that I put together, when we get down to section F, I think what I wrote and what I meant to write, or the message that I was trying to convey, is not the same. So what we're saying is for elementary students, we will provide grade level notification of a positive case. So somebody has a positive case. And then through contact tracing, the health department will provide notification and follow-up instructions of exposure to a positive case. So our nurses still continue to work with them, but the letter is supposed to come from the health department. That was what we're going to do anyway. But if you read the next part, that's the part that was kind of throwing in. It says the district will also provide general COVID information and a strong recommendation to stay home. Well, if you look at the top, it says, so we're going to notify the grade level of an exposure, and then we're going to recommend everybody to stay home. That's the way it was written. That's not our intention. So we wanted to clean that one up so that it makes more sense.
So what does their quarantine protocol say? Don't they say they stay home?
Right now, what we're still planning to do is if it is a student that has COVID, they're staying home. So that's easy.
Yep.
If it's a student who's been exposed to COVID and is showing symptoms, that student will stay home. But if it's a student who's been exposed and is not showing any symptoms, that person will come to school. Same thing for of an employee.
Nels, to answer your question, I believe it's 10 days with no symptoms, or I think you can get it down to 7 days with a negative test and no symptoms, or resolution of symptoms with 10 days.
And then when we get down to the bottom, we were going to continue to keep the update on the website with just actual cases. Because last time you had a lot of quarantining based on not even actual cases. So we were going to continue unless there's a concern. But to us, we would have employees and students who we know for sure have COVID.
I think that makes the most sense. The actual tested positive, not presumed positive, not maybe positive.
Yep.
Because that it does get very in the weeds and confusing to have a lot on there. Really quick backup there. It is the recommendation. Up a little bit, Phil, thank you. The district also provide general COVID-19 information, strong recommendation to follow Johnson County Health Department. So they'll get a call or a letter that says your student may have been exposed and we recommend that you quarantine, and then the parent decides from there.
Right. The only time that will change is if the student has been exposed and then we see that the student is sick.
Right, if they're symptomatic.
Right.
Sure. And I mean,
I think our parents would keep them home if there's something.
yes,
We would certainly hope
I
so.
know that I know there's concern about that out there. But I think, again, especially in a pandemic, that after what we've been through, I trust that people will keep their sick children.
Well, the health department has a tendency to say recommendation, or they'll say, you need to stay home. And then if there's any pushback, then saying, well, my child's healthy, a lot of times the health department will say, well, then it's just a recommendation.
Right.
So what we're going to do is say strong recommendation to follow their quarantine protocols. And so they will probably tell the parent, you've been exposed, you need to stay home. The parent will say, are we required to stay home? And then it puts it back on the health department to say whether they're required or not. The only time that we'll intervene is if they've been exposed and the kid's showing symptoms. And again, this isn't just a sniffly nose of a student that it has allergies or things like that. It's got to be more than that. Any questions about that? I have two other things. One of the things is actually, I'm actually excited about both of them. So on September 2nd, the Kansas Can Tour is coming to Spring Hill. We're very excited about it. That will be at Woodland Spring Middle School. It starts at 11:30. And Dr. Randy Watson and I believe some members of the Kansas Board of Education, I don't know, maybe some legislators will all be there, and to hear from the public about their thoughts about education. They did this about 7 years ago, and they've chosen us to be one of the sites. And I believe the chamber is working with that. So with us. So we're really excited. You will, since it is in a K-8 building, you'll have to wear a mask while you're in there. But we're very excited, and it'll be open to the public. And then we'll move them into that big commons area that's with the stage. So we're very excited to be able to host that. And then the last thing is.
Which school was that?
Woodland Spring Middle School. And the reason that we chose there instead of a bigger place is they wanted tables that people could sit at. And for a big, large, flat area with tables, that was the best place that we had.
What was the time?
11:30 on September 2nd.
It's 11:30 to 1.
11:30 to 1.
At least I got an email from Christopher with the invite, so hopefully everybody got it.
Christopher's done a lot of work with that, and we appreciate it. Last but not least, this is unofficial, but as of this morning, we had 3,689 students. Now we do have some students that are not accounted for. We actually have 24 students, so we could very easily get over the 3,700 mark. With that number there, we're well over 300 students that are official. So when our count comes in, we're well over that official count of plus 300. So we're very, very excited about that. The high school has 971 students. And so it's not very long until the high school will hit that 1,000 mark. Still be quite a few years before we think about 6A.
Yep.
But 971 is a lot different than what we used to be. And then this is a thing that I think is really interesting. When I started 7 years ago, I think we only had a few classes with over 200 kids in a class. This year, we have 5 classes that have over 300 kids in them. So first, second, third, fourth, and sixth grade all have 300 kids, at least 300 kids. We also have 2 grade levels that are very close at 288 and 289. So testament to that, we are growing. I know there's some people that wonder if we're actually really growing, and we're just saying that our numbers attest to that. So this is very exciting news, and we're very happy that this is going on in the Spring Hill District.
Yeah, I remember the kindergarten class 2 years ago was at 250. And that was our biggest class.
Yeah.
To have, did you say 5 classes?
We've got 5 classes.
5 classes at 300 or more is amazing to me.
We do need executive session, 10 minutes.
All right. Mr. President, I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interests of an identifiable individual under coma. Those to be in session include the Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, the Director of Human Resources, and other administrators as requested. The executive session to begin at 10:20 and to resume in this open meeting at no later than 10:30 at this place.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to move to executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel under coma. Any questions? Katie, please collect the vote.
Mr. Wimble,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
approved.
Thanks, Bill.
You're live.
So return from executive session, we are adjourned. Thank you.